Hello, everybody. Thank you for joining us today. We're really excited. This is the first EstesGroup Epicor User Summit that we've had, so we're really excited to see how it goes and see what everybody thinks of it. And this is my first time presenting it, so bear with me if I have a few hiccups along the way. We'll just laugh about it, right? So anyways, just a little bit about us. Some of you have worked with us before and you guys are current customers and you're actively engaged with some of our consultants or our managed services team. And some of you might not be working with us already. So just quickly, and I'll make sure this is out of the way, sorry about that. So we do full software sales. We resell Epicor ERP, most recent version is E10, and Profit 21, their distribution software. We offer support for that software, and we also provide implementation services, upgrades, pretty much you name it, we got it there. We do business process optimization, so we'll help you sort of utilize what you already know and what you're using as it pertains to how we've worked in the industry or how our consultants have worked in that industry. So performance tuning. Rescues and re-implementation to best practices, which is sort of one of the reasons why EstesGroup was founded, right? A failed implementation is a huge headache, and I don't think either a company or the client wants that on their resume, so to speak. So we want to make sure we come in and help you do something the right way, or if you guys have maybe gotten down the wrong path a little bit, we can help you pull it back and make sure we help you move in the right direction so you can use your software the way it was intended to and sort of get that ROI or whatever it is you might be looking for as your goal for using that system. And we now offer ERP hosting, which we'll talk a little bit more about in our presentation. So we have Estes Cloud, managed hosting, we call it Echo, and Daryl will go into that a little later. ERP managed services, ERP training, full project outsourcing, help desk support. This is all, you know, we want a full IT department outsourcing. So we want to be a one-stop shop so you're not running to several different companies. We know the system, we know the way that things operate, and we have the skill set to manage both. And that really, you know, creates a stronger system and a stronger team that can provide that support for you and help you guys, you know, really get the most out of that software any way you're using it and any way we can work with you. So yeah, to the next slide. All right, so this is our agenda for today. First, we're gonna go over Epicor Security, Make It or Break It with Daryl Sirota. Then we're gonna go through leveraging Epicor data through business intelligence, which Mark Herman will go over. And just as a heads up, there is going to be a little raffle for attendees that we're gonna give out, or Analogyx BI is gonna give out 2 $25 Amazon gift cards at the end of this, so yay. Everyone can find something they need on Amazon. Then we're gonna go through manufactured parts setup and best practices with Brad Feeks. He's our VP of Professional Services. And then embedded customization to follow up, custom pop-ups and other tricks with Joe Trent. And then to wrap it up, we're gonna kind of do a roundtable, and then Diane, she's going to join us a little later for a roundtable, and we'll just kind of go over what we talked about, any additional questions. Yeah, so with that, just a quick comment on the format. We're gonna have someone present, and then I'll kind of follow up with some questions that you guys can send in the question and answer portion. There should be a little option in the webinar down at the tab where you can put in a question that you have, and then at the end we can sort of go through that with the presenter, kind of like an interview style. So anything, and I think you can ask those anonymously or non-anonymously, so just whatever you're comfortable with. And then we'll take a short 5-minute break. And then, yeah, the polls are down there. We're gonna have polls throughout, maybe 4 or 5 polls if I'm not mistaken. Just some fun little polls, maybe a few serious ones, maybe a few goofy ones. And then again at the end, we'll have another Q&A that you can sort of throw miscellaneous questions into as well. All right, and here are our presenters today. I'm an account manager here, just to give you a little bit of background info. and I also do a little bit of project management. I like to get you what you need, get you in touch with the person that you need. So I get you in touch with the tech gurus or the consultants. And on the sales side, you know, I might carry you throughout a process of looking into what services would look like and cost with us. So do a little bit on each side, but I really just love working with people, and that's, if I get to do that, I'm happy. And I've been with Estes for a little under a year, but I've been working in the ERP Epicor industry for almost 7 years, and EstesGroup was the first company that did everything. So they were a pretty big deal to be able to come work for, and it's been a great experience so far. And so then we'll have Daryl Sirota. He's going to go over the security, the hosting, Mark Herman with IHS and Analogyx, Brad Feeks, Senior VP of Professional Services, Joe Trent. He's our principal consultant, and Diane joining us again later, like I said, also a principal consultant. And there's all of our photos, so you know what we look like. Perfect. All right, so first up we have Daryl Sirota. Daryl heads our technology department, managed services, Echo. If you have a question, IT or usually anything, he can answer it for you. And today's going to go over Epicor security. With that, I will zip it, and Daryl, I will give the screen share to you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Okay, greetings all. My name is Daryl Sirota. As Cindy mentioned now, I am not, I don't have every answer. So I know that you mentioned that there, Cindy, but don't go ahead and assume that I've got all of the answers to everything, but I do know where to find the answers to lots of good stuff. So one of the things that in my past has been sharing a little bit about the security paranoia. Pardon me while I share my screen here. Excellent. I was actually teaching security classes when 9/11 happened, and I thought that would be, while the event was horrible, but it would actually wake up people and be able to show folks that security is important. And nowadays, when we look at the next edition of ransomware and various things, which I'll get into shortly, it really is important to look at the security of your ERP system, really, whether it's Epicor or any other systems, because you got to make it work. Because if you don't make it, then the bad guys are going to break it, and then chances are they're going to ransom you for it. So what I'd like to do is share a little bit about that. And as we go along, if you have questions, go ahead and pop them in the Q&A panel, and we will address them at the end here of my presentation. Okay, so what is it about Epicor security? Let's talk about some key things. First off, the time is now. We've seen a number of different issues here with the politics that are going on, and I don't want to get into politics at all, but we know that there are bad guys that definitely want to break into our manufacturing space. Right, manufacturing has been moving back to the States, and there's a lot of people that don't like that, and so therefore there's a opportunity and intention to do damage. And we've seen this time and time again with various manufacturers getting ransomed. And certainly, anything that the bad guys can do to take us down, yay them, poor us. So ransomware 2.0 is certainly important. There are still zero-day exploits. This is a programming problem that the manufacturer didn't realize was an issue. The bad guys figured it out, and they started exploiting it on the day that it was discovered. We've seen a number of these happen. And in the ERP space, a lot of times the older operations, the older systems, pardon me, are end of life, but you don't want to touch it because, well, just the other day I touched an Epicor system that was running on server 2008, which, by the way, has been retired for quite some time, and you shouldn't be using it, but if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? Well, that's not the case. So the time is now to absolutely think about security and probably make a move on it. Well, you do have a choice, though. You could do, choose plan A, duck and hope you don't get noticed or hit with the ransom. You could install all the patches and fixes that your security audit that you just had run noted and go, we're all done. That looks great. Let's go ahead and go home. Or you can make recurring smart changes to tighten your security. Recurring changes where you look at the security stance, revisit it on a regular, perhaps quarterly basis, and come along and be able to remediate as time goes on. You'll never guess what the hackers are doing, by the way. They're sitting there looking at the latest technology, figuring out how can they get past your spam filter, be one step ahead. How can they convince one of your users to click on the link to be able to attack? All that a hacker needs, or an attacker needs, is time, tools, and motivation. And chances are they're going to get into your system. Now, I don't want to claim all doom and gloom, because our job is to raise the security bar to make it harder for them to attack you. If you're really hard to target, then they're going to go after an easier target, probably. But know that if a hacker really wants in your network, the best thing to do is unplug the server, sink it into a bucket of cement, throw it in the middle of the forest, and hope that the bad guys don't find that server. Of course, that data is not very available, so there's a balance between availability and security that we're constantly juxtaposing and working on. However, security is important. When you look at your systems, there's this thing called a risk assessment, a vulnerability assessment, and then being able to manage all of these. So where are your risks, right? Straight from my friend Google, risk management is identifying what those risks are and looking at the economical application of resources to try and minimize those risks. You're never going to eliminate all the risks. A chain always has the weakest link. However, our goal is to minimize it, and certainly if it's an easy thing, let's just plug that hole in the dike and move on. Now, if there's a risk, that means there's a corresponding vulnerability. In that case, the vulnerability might be a weakness that could be hacked. For example, you might have seen on the news, just yesterday it came out, did you know that the NSA lost a bunch of attack tools? This actually happened a couple of years ago when the bad guys stole Deep Blue and then started hacking everybody in the globe for this. Well, so the NSA was vulnerable to the hackers, ironically enough, and so the hackers broke in and they acted on that vulnerability and they stole data. Okay, so their goal here is we're going to look at the risks, we're going to identify what are the vulnerabilities, and then we're going to manage those vulnerabilities. Okay, we're going to look at, and I say cyclical because that's important, because what we know today is going to be different than what we know tomorrow. We're going to identify, classify, remediate, and mitigate those vulnerabilities. And that's always going to involve, making sure your patches are installed, making sure that you have the latest antivirus signatures, making sure that you have, this level of paranoia about you, so that you can understand that the bad guys are out there and they're banging on your door every single day. So when we look specifically into the Epicor space, there's several common issues that we see. Okay, and EstesGroup has been doing Epicor for 15 years. I've been looking at security for longer than that, and this is stuff that's I keep banging on the same doors here. But let's talk about what are we looking at when we look at security? Right. When I look at that dress, I see gold and yellow. When you look at this, you might see blue. I don't know how you see blue, but people look at security and go, well, I recognize this as a risk, but I don't worry about it. So it's not, it's too hard to fix, or maybe I don't really consider it a risk. Backups, disaster recovery, business continuity planning. These are all important last bastions of your system. If you don't have a backup, then when you get hacked, or when your data goes blue, or when you have a fire, any of those are risks. Backups are really your last resort. And you have to make sure that not only do you do backups, but you test them. We'll talk more about them shortly. Network exposure. Well, this is your Epicor data, so you got to expose it to your users, and you might be inadvertently exposing it to the bad guys too. Hint, sometimes your users are the bad guys. A determined hacker who's got a year to hack your system, they might actually get hired by you accidentally. So right, bad actors inside the network. Database exposure, because Epicor stores all of its data in a SQL database. If you don't have that underlying database shored up, then Epicor falls down. So database exposure falls right secondly to network exposure. Common credentials. I don't want to ask if anybody has the username manager, password manager in their Epicor system still, because some people still do. But that's really silly, because everybody in the world who runs E10 knows manager, and Epicor, these common credentials that are used. So make sure you're not using those. We also want to talk more about separation of duties, so that you make sure that the person who requests the check isn't the person that writes the check. So that way people are not paying themselves, and therefore that bad actor inside your organization is actually doing the hacking. And a little bit more about E10, we have menu security. The reports have gotten a lot better in recent versions of E10, where you can actually go through and see, well, who has access to what menu options inside Epicor. So with that, let's go ahead and dive more into each of these different issues, because these are what I see most commonly. And I think that if you're not addressing these and mitigating them, then just hang up the phone, give your data to the bad guys, because they're going to have it shortly, if they don't have it already. Okay, backups and disaster recovery. So a couple of key things here. Backups are so that you can restore. Disaster recovery is so that you can not only restore quickly, but get your entire server back online and running. And business continuity is so that your business can get back to business. And I point this out because in the, going back to my 9/11 analogy, there were three kinds of businesses in 9/11. And again, I don't want to make light of a horrible situation, but there were businesses after 9/11 that you didn't know had offices in the Twin Towers. And those businesses had business continuity plans and tested them, so that when they lost an office, they lost assets, they lost people, when you called their 800 number, it just routed to a different data center, and business continuity continued to run. There was then the second type of a business where they had backups and they had disaster recovery plans, but they weren't immediate. So after a couple of days, when the smoke cleared, you called that business and they said, hey, we're running a little slow, but we're running. So, let's get down to business. And then there were the businesses that simply disappeared. Right, they had no backup plans, they had no disaster recovery, and after they went up in smoke, the business was gone, and you don't want to be that type of a business. Now, I pray that we don't have another 9/11 attack, but from a digital perspective, the bad guys are out there. Their goal is to take your business out offline so they can monetize the restore. Right, it's all about the money, and so if they can hack your systems and hold you for ransom, and if you don't pay the ransom, which can be a really expensive ransom, there is a data point that says over 50% of small businesses that are ransomed are out of business within a year. So ransomware is absolutely something that could take your business out. Even if it doesn't take the technology out, it takes your finances down. So that's why ransomware is significantly impacting small businesses. So when we look at backups, okay, there's a number of things that you have to back up. I ask people, do you do backups? And they go, yes. And I go, okay, are you backing up just your database, or are you backing up everything? In the E10 space, that's usually your application servers. If you use terminal servers, you don't have to back them up every day, but you need to back up, because if you need to restore them, it's a whole lot better than building it from scratch. SQL databases, of course, you've got your main content database where all your important Epicor data is stored. But there's a lot of ancillary databases around that SQL server that you want to be able to make sure that you've got backed up and restorable. Just because you did backup doesn't mean that you can do a restore. We could get into the details about full recovery versus simple recovery modes and how many backups do you keep on disk and all those things. But we can save that for a consulting session. Happy to show you the nuances of being a SQL DBA. One of the big problems I see is where people have dueling backup strategies. I back up using a SQL maintenance plan, and then I turn around and I back up again using Veeam, for example. While that might be okay, when you have more than one backup strategy, figuring out which strategy has the latest backups and how can I get to this full and that incremental, or how can I get back to the latest and greatest data point so that I can recover to my proper point in time. This is a great URL. I encourage you to look at it, even though the URL is now 5 years old. Brent has an awesome set of 9 ways to lose your data. And in my 25, 30 years of being a DBA, I've seen every one of these 9 ways, and they're not the ways that you would expect to lose your data. Yes, the server can crash. Yes, the bad guys can come and steal your server. But there are 9 stupid ways that people hadn't even thought about where your data can be lost. So please make sure that you look at that URL. Get back to me if you have any questions. So when we talk about backups, there's 3 key, or really 2, potentially 3 key acronyms that I want to point out. There's Recovery Point Objective, or RPO. This says how far back in time can I afford to lose data? What is my backup point? For example, if you back up once a night, like most people do, your RPO is 24 hours, right? Murphy says that if you back up at 10 o'clock at night, that at 9:55 p.m., just before you're about to do your backup, your server's going to take a nosedive into blue screen land, and you're going to lose 23 and a half hours of data. So with a nightly backup, your RPO is 24 hours. If you can afford to lose 24 hours of data, then that's fine. Now, you might not be able to, so check your RPOs. The smaller we bring those numbers, the more expensive the solution, usually. RTO, or recovery time objective, says, once you've declared the disaster, how long does it take to restore that system or that database? Now, if it's just a database and the server's okay, it might only take a couple hours to restore. As long as you tell the boss, hey, boss, if database, if Epicor corrupts because somebody, I don't know, deleted all the invoices accidentally. We don't know how they did it, but they deleted all the invoices. And you have to restore the database to what it looked like last night at 10 o'clock. First off, the boss might look at you and go, you mean we're going to lose all the today's transactions because somebody, deleted all the invoices at 2 o'clock? And if your RPO is 24 hours, the answer is yep. But how long does it take to restore an entire server? What if the server that you're running Epicor on turns into a smoking crater in the ground, and now the server's not there? So you've got to go buy hardware. You've got to find out where your Windows install CD is. You've got to figure out where your Symantec backup CD or installable is in. And then you've got to start the restore. And then the restore's got to spin for 5 hours while it puts a terabyte of data back in place. If you've never done a disaster recovery fire drill, if it takes you 3 days to restore a smoking crater in the ground, you're doing good. Can your business afford to be down 3 days? Probably not. So recovery time objective is something that you can improve, because once you do the backups, you got to run the fire drill. Test, test, and test to make sure that we can get that RTO down to as little as possible. If we have the business need to have an RPO, recovery points objective, of let's say 1 hour, I'm allowed to lose 1 hour data. And when the server goes down, I've got to have it back up and running in, I don't know, like 5 minutes. That's great. We can do that, but there's an associated cost, okay? And I can spin up servers in 5 minutes that has what your data looked like an hour ago, up to an hour ago. This is viable with today's technology. It's not hugely expensive, but you got to think about it, plan for it, put it in place, and oh yeah, test it. Again, if you've never done a full fire drill, 2 or 3 days is not too shabby for a full, server meltdown. Okay, so business continuity. Stole my slide data here. After 9/11, those that had a tested DR plan came up and running. You didn't know they lost any assets in 9/11. Those without a plan but had offsites backup, and they didn't really test those offsite backups all the time. It took them 2 or 3 days to come back online. And then there were the folks that didn't have a backup. They didn't have a plan, and they just went out of business. So this little slide here is a great slide that talks about how we can use different recovery points objectives to say how far back in time. The recovery time objective is from the time you declare a disaster, whatever that disaster might be, to the time that you're back up and running. And that can be, again, an important data point to note. And if you don't know, if you never tested your backups and your recovery, you have no idea how long it's going to take to recover. And there's a lot of moving parts in that. So keep that in mind. If you have any questions on how to bring those down to, that 15-minute recovery time objective and 1 hour recovery point objective, drop us an email. We'll help you out. Okay, network exposure, the next topic here. There are lots of different potential exposures for your ERP data. I put the question, where in the world is your ERP data? Of course, it's in your corporate network. Right? It's in your data center. If you looked at the server sitting in your data center, that's behind a locked door, maybe with a fire suppression and a video camera. That's great. That's a really important part of physical security. But then you have your users that are accessing that data, right? Everybody who's got an Epicor client who should be accessing Epicor has access to it. So it could be inside the corporate network on the Ethernet. It could be across a VPN. A lot of folks are working from home now. Right, so it could be that user's got a remote desktop client installed on their PC or a VPN client, and they are sucking the Epicor data down across a WAN. If you run Wi-Fi, I would encourage you to not do that. Well, at least do it in a secure fashion. Wi-Fi is regularly hacked. And for the general person, I love to pose this question. You set up an access point in your building. How far does that access point reach? And most people go, well, gee, I'm lucky if it gets to the corner of the office. Well, the reality is Wi-Fi can be picked up a mile away. Go Google a term called cantenna. Pringles can turned into a high gain wireless antenna. So it could very well be that your wireless network is available, across the parking lot, next building. It really depends. And if you don't have great security on your Wi-Fi, guys can break into it. I would personally treat all Wi-Fi as insecure. Put it outside the firewall if you need it, but make sure your users that are on Wi-Fi have to jump through the same hoops as somebody who's sitting in a Starbucks or sitting at home. Unmitigated RDP exposure is a huge risk. If you have a remote desktop server or terminal server sitting on the naked bleeding edge of the internet and it is exposed, chances are it's already been hacked. Statistically, the bad guys are banging on it 15 times a second already. So you don't want to just have an RDP server sitting on the edge of the internet without some mitigation. It's possible you got Epicor data sitting on a remote laptop, right? Users are going home, they've got Epicor installed on their C drive, they're using a VPN to connect up to corporate and getting Epicor data. And once they're in Epicor, what are they doing with that database? Are they exporting it out to spreadsheets? Are they putting it into a CSV? Are they downloading it to a third-party tool? Are you replicating your databases out to PartTrack? These are all places where your ERP data is sitting, and each place that your ERP data lives is a potential risk. And so we want to make sure at least you know where that all goes. So the little graphic that I have here, in the middle is our important data, but gosh, that data spreads throughout the world, even on your mobile devices, fairly rapidly because people want their MTV and they want their data. So just know where it is first. Also knowing the tools that your users use to get to your data. Everybody knows about epicor.exe or P21exe. Right, to be able to gain access to the legacy clients. But did you know that your Epicor data is available through REST APIs? You might have Epicor spread out on the web through mobile CRM or web access or the P21 web client. These are all different ways that legitimate users should be using to get into Epicor. But all of it takes is a name and a password, and you use easy to guess names and passwords, or you don't mitigate those login attempts. Those exposures to the internet where you've intended your salesperson to get into mobile CRM could be turned into the North Koreans cracking into your Epicor data and sucking down your customer lists. So just a name and a password is not usually sufficient. That's why you see multi-factor authentication or mitigation for just a name and a password, like account lockouts, things like that, password rotations. There's a lot of different ways to mitigate that, but you don't just want to allow people to try names and passwords all day long, especially when it's exposed to the naked bleeding edge of the internet. Also, report builders, SSRS, Crystal Report, SQL Report Builder tools, all of these tools have access to your SQL data. Therefore, anybody who has access to SSRS might also have access to your Epicor data. Now, we typically think of that as your report designers inside, the people that you know and trust. But if your SSRS is weak, security is weak, then it's possible that somebody's going to break in and they're going to look at your Epicor data without you knowing it. So any client that has access and permissions to SQL Server also has access to your Epicor data. I've told people this for years. If you give me physical access to your server, I own your data. It might be ugly, it might be a noticeable event, but if I can reboot your server with my operating system and you haven't encrypted everything on that disk, it's my data. Now, how many of you folks actually encrypt your SQL databases? If I asked for people to raise their hands, gee, that would have been a great poll to do. Sorry about that. Brad and Cindy, that would, right? If you encrypt your disks, then that way when the bad guys in the server room and they're booting up your SQL server with a Linux password reset disk, they can't get to your data. Less than 10% of the SQL servers that I've seen actually encrypt their data. It's pretty easy. There's a tool called BitLocker. It's available, but most people don't use it because they have to think about it. Okay, there's lots of different ways to be able to get at your data, but these are the most common ones that I see. And the reason that network exposure is important is because then once I have access to the SQL server, that database exposure is huge, right? Most of your ERP data, at least the authoritative data, is stored in SQL Server. It might bleed out into Excel spreadsheets and part trap replication and Service Connect data files and all sorts of fun things. But that SQL Server security is first and foremost. Make sure you know who your sysadmins are. Make sure your SQL Server is patched, not only the operating system, but the SQL Server. You get better security, and also you get better performance when you patch those things. Review any scheduled jobs that might be exploited, right? If you have a job that takes all of your Epicor data, turns it into a CSV file, and FTPs it out to your partner out on the web. Now your SQL data, your Epicor data is sitting out on the web at your partner. Do you have an agreement with your partner that says if they get hacked, they tell you? Now, if you're a doctor's office, there's this wonderful set of rules called HIPAA. Us in the manufacturing space, we're not subject to HIPAA regs most of the time, unless you're manufacturing medical equipment. So, but those types of HIPAA regulations can be applied to any company. You might want to know that your partners that have your Epicor data will come tell you when they've been hacked. But unless you have an agreement an agreement, you might never know that they got hacked. Your Epicor data got sneaked out to the back door. And so you need to review where does that data exit and enter the chain of ownership. Okay, so with that in mind, let's move on to some common credential mistakes. So one of the most common things, as I already mentioned, is manager. Please don't be vulnerable to this. If you call me up and I see that your manager password is manager, I'm going to talk to you about you to all my coworkers. If I can shame you into changing security, great. Let's try and do that. Not that I'm impressive, but trying to impress on you the importance of silly things. But you also don't want to use a regular Windows account for services. I've seen Epicor solutions installed with this user called administrator. Why did they do it? Because they didn't know any better. So if I install Epicor where the services are running as the administrator account, what that means is that you can never change the administrator password. By the way, administrator is a name that every hacker knows, and they're banging on the door trying to get to administrator. So you don't want to use a regular Windows account. In fact, you don't even want to use an account that you log into on a regular basis, because if you use, let's create a service account called Epicor Services. That's a Windows account that you're running the IIS application pools and the searching service and the Service Connect service and all of that. If you start logging in as that service account to the desktop and you type a bad password 5 times in a row, what happens to that account? Well, it gets locked. If you lock the service account, what happens to Epicor? Stops running. So you don't want to use the same service account to log in to do your job, even already paying to the server, as a user. You want to keep that service account separate from the user accounts. You absolutely don't want to use the same account to VPN in that's used for the services, right? So if I VPN as Epicor Services, and then I take over the server and I look at it, if something happens to that account, like it gets locked, or I leave the company and the new administrator goes, oh, well, Daryl used to VPN in as Epicor Services. We need to change that password. So they'll change the password because the ex-administrator knew that account. You've just broken Epicor. So don't do that. You also don't want to, you want to make sure that you lock the service accounts to specific servers. Most people don't do this, but it's a trivial thing to do in Active Directory to say, this service account can only be used on the Epicor server and the Task Agent server and the SQL server, let's say, so that those service accounts are locked down. So you can't physically go to another computer in the network, remote or otherwise, and log in as that service account. Easy thing to do. Most people don't even think about it, limiting your exposure of those credentials. I'll email you the password is the bane of every security administrator's existence. You don't want to email somebody a reusable password. I say reusable in that I'll email you a one-time password. It's good up at one time, and then you have to change the password. This is easy to do in Active Directory. But if you email somebody a password and then that password isn't immediately changed, you just put the password in an insecure system. You put that password in an email where now in the day of working from home, right? If you email me a password and I've got it on my screen here, and my kid walks up to my computer because I was at lunch and my kid's curious, they've got the password. Now, is my kid a nefarious actor who's looking to hack into my systems? Probably not, but if they can get access to it, maybe your kid's friends, right? And I've seen a lot of unscrupulous friends walk around my house, and I don't walk away from my computer without locking the keyboard, right? Screensaver with password, to make sure that when I walk away from it, there's nobody else that's going to walk up and start doing stuff. Least of all, my cat. By the way, cats and work from home are unique challenges that we're trying to address. So don't email passwords, long and the short. Use a password management tool. If you need one, I've got one. And make sure that you use account management tools that are available in both the Windows environment and the Epicor environment. Now, Windows and E10 do have the ability to use single sign-on, to where you might merge these two together, but make sure that you have password rotation, so that if somebody writes a password and they stick it on a post-it note, it's not good forever. Make sure that you have account lockouts turned on. So if you type a bad password X number of times in a row, it locks the account, not to be reset in 30 minutes, but it locks it until an administrator unlocks it. Because if you just have account lockout turned on and it resets in 30 minutes, the bad guys know that real fast, and they'll just wait 31 minutes before hacking that account again. And make sure you audit your administrators. Administrators in Windows, administrators in SQL, administrators in Epicor. Because you don't want to just have everybody and their brother be an administrator because it's easy. You want to make sure that it's a minimal list of users that you regularly audit. Okay, moving on. We want to make sure that you separate your duties. Making sure that the person that writes the checks isn't the person that places the order. Separation of duties, it makes it much more difficult to commit fraud. I take this into today's world of spear phishing. You've probably gotten the email that your boss, and I put that in air quotes, is asking you to go to the store and buy Google Play cards because he's with a client and it's really important. He wants to impress the client and give them, Amazon gift cards. And so the boss emails you and says, go do this. And since it came from the boss, it is a sense of urgency, right? He's at a client site. It's the boss. Oh my gosh, what do I do? Well, if the separation of duties was properly in place, the person that requests the money isn't the person that is obtaining the money. So there's a human element that says, before I write a check, or before I pay an invoice, or before I go out and buy Google Play cards, I'm going to stop and think about it and go, is this, going through proper channels? Is there a process so that we're not going to bleed cash out on the internet? By the way, a lot of people are, bad guys have already researched your company. They've written malware that is specific to your company and will bypass your malware protection. Malware is easy to write now. In fact, I can hire somebody to write malware that bypasses your AV security. And so if I can convince you to open up that PDF that has a link in it that asks you to go visit google.com. It's not Google you're visiting, by the way. You just think it is. There's all sorts of ways to break into a system, all because I can put the right email in the right person's inbox to have them, oh yes, I'll pay this invoice because email told me to pay it. No, don't fall for that one. In fact, be very aware of the phishing and the spear phishing and the social attacks that are going on every single day. The higher you are in the money tree in your organization, the more you're getting hit, right? They know who your CFO is. They know who the president is. And they're creating emails that are from the president to the CFO to pay an invoice. Hurry up and pay the invoice. If I can create a sense of urgency, you'll likely pay for it, fall for it. Okay. Separation, that's separation of duties. E10 does have a great menu options, security option. Use group-based security rather than individual security. And that goes for any system that's Active Directory, that's Epicor, that's SQL. The more you grant permissions to groups rather than users, the easier it is to exit an individual. Develop groups where the properties support the segregation of duties. So you have an AP clerk, a buyer, a receiver. and make sure that the clerk isn't also the buyer, right? So that way they can request an invoice and pay the invoice. But you need to balance that security. Security is a spectrum. You have to make sure that the administrators can maintain this thing without losing sleep or working 75 hours a week. And you have to balance that with the business needs and the ease of use for the end users. After all, at the end of the day, it's all about getting business done. And I don't want to stifle business because I start tightening security screws too tightly. Then the people get upset at me. And while there is a balance and I can make it secure and accessible, it might be that, hey, guess what? You can't get to Epicor data from the web unless you VPN in. You can't get your Epicor data from the mobile phone unless you use two-factor authentication. You can't versus leaking data all over the place. So there's a lot of different ways we can do that. E10 security menu security is certainly one relatively easy way to ensure that your segregation of duties is applied properly. Security audits. What you don't know can absolutely hurt you. If you haven't had a risk assessment, a security audit, a pen test, I would strongly recommend you get one. And you might want to make it a rule to get one once a year, once every 6 months. Once we do one security audit, the next one's actually that much easier to do, and we can balance what we learned the first audit with the second audit. But that way you're aware of what's exposed. Because if you get a security audit and then you sit on that audit and you don't do anything with it, then why'd you get the audit in the first place? So make the steps that the audit comes back actionable, because knowledge without action is just a waste of everybody's time and probably money. We would be happy to help you with security audits. We run them regularly, not only on ourselves, but customers as well. And that way you can know where your risks are. Now, just the audit itself doesn't make things more secure. It makes you aware of where to be more secure. So you got to act on those audits. Also, proactive systems management, and that becomes really down to a regular plan, right? Smart goals to look at security, look at your backups, look at the Epicor maintenance and the patch levels, and change your management from a reactive process. Oh, look, January 7th came by. Microsoft is no longer supporting Windows 7. Guess I ought to upgrade. How many folks are still running Windows 7? If I asked that question and I did a poll, probably 20% of you would still say Windows 7 clients exist. If I asked you how many people are running Windows XP, some hands would go up. Now, XP is totally insecure. You should not be running XP, but why do you run it? Well, because I got an old program that doesn't run on anything but Windows XP. You know, it controls this special machine out on the shop floor. I understand. If you need to run Windows XP, that's a huge risk. Mitigate the risk. Make sure that XP machine doesn't have internet access. Heaven forbid, don't allow people on the internet to get access to the Windows XP machine. Two ways there, right? Internet goes in, internet goes out. But those things, if you do your regular plan to review and go, yep, I still got that XP machine there, you know what, we need to lock it down. We need to take it off the internet. We need to make sure it can only talk to the folding machine that it's operating, and it doesn't have internet access. And that will keep it more secure. And there are some clients that still run XP because they can't run anything else. Their machines are that old. But go through and make sure that you turn this into a proactive systems management and not a reactive waiting for something to break. And with that, I'm going to jump off my soapbox. Thank you for your time. I'm going to open up to questions at this point, and let's see what we have out here. I don't see any open questions. So with that in mind, I'm going to stop sharing here. I'm going to turn the controls back to Cindy so that she can share what we're going to do next. I don't know, Cindy, what are we doing?
Thank you. We did have a couple that I did want to cover, but I think you might have covered them because you did so well. So I did, while I'm pulling those up, I do, because I forgot, I do want to do the first poll because I totally did not remember to launch at the beginning. So that'll be a fun one.
There you go.
Maybe a couple things to highlight, but I'm going to pull those up while the polls are getting sorted, okay?
All right, this is your first example at a poll. And I think this is the fun one, right? We're not going to use this for any of the giveaways.
Correct.
Excellent. Okay, any other, so I don't see anything in the chat. I don't see anything in Q&A. All right, well, I'll tell you what, if you've got questions as we go forward, you can always post them in the Q&A, even if it's not about the particular presentation that's being shown at that time. Fantastic. So I got a question. What additional security can we impose if Epicor is hosted by Epicor themselves? Great question. So the additional security you can impose, first off, you've got a document from Epicor that says we're going to keep your data safe, so that you know how frequently Epicor is backing up your data, I hope. Because if you ever call Epicor and say, hey, guess what? We had a rogue user. They deleted all the invoices. Can you restore my database? I'm hoping they would say yes. The question is about RPO and RTO. You might want to know those numbers ahead of schedule. Not that they're necessarily going to get hacked per se, right? I'm seriously hoping Epicor doesn't get ransomed, but I would like to know what their RPO and RTO numbers are. Also would like to know, can I set up menu security? Menu security is within the Epicor application that absolutely should be within your purview. So you want to make sure that you can segregate duties. And we want to make sure that users aren't don't have easy passwords. If Epicor is protecting your Epicor data with just a username and a password, let's make sure that those names and passwords are as best as they can be. You might want to ask Epicor about multi-factor authentication or IP restrictions. For example, they might be able to lock down your Epicor access to only your public corporate network, so that the guys in North Korea aren't trying to log into your Epicor, that it's only your folks within your geographic range or smaller that can access your Epicor data. So there's a number of things that you can do. If Epicor is hosting the data, RPO and RTO are two important things that I would ask, and get it in writing. And heck, you might want to call a fire drill, right, with your test database. Hey, Epicor, can you restore my test database to Thursday at 2 o'clock? Because that's when we had the corruption. We didn't realize it, but somebody deleted all the invoices. We need to bring our data back. Worth a test. Not sure how they would respond to that. Another question: do you have a list of things to check when you get rid of your manager user? Oh, yes. So when you change the manager password, first and foremost, chances are the Epicor admin console breaks. If you use manager to access the Epicor admin console, and you change manager password, while Epicor will continue to run, then you won't be able to get to the admin console. So that's step number one. Step number two is if you're using manager to run the task agent, then as soon as the manager's password changes, shortly thereafter, people will call up and go, my reports aren't running. And that's because the task agent gets stuck. It logs in as that Epicor user. So make sure your task agent isn't running as manager, or if it is, change the password there. Thirdly, you might have access to manager through other third-party tools like Service Connect or Excel Connect or other tools. Backup software might reach in. A lot of times people use manager or the manager account to do search. So in your Epicor Enterprise Search, if you change manager's password, and then a week later somebody calls up and says, I was searching for the latest PO in Enterprise Search and I couldn't find it. And that's because search broke a week before, but if you weren't looking for it, you never found it. So Enterprise Search is another place where manager is often used. And so if you change manager password, either go to that place, Epicor Admin Console, Task Agent, and Epicor Search, and make sure either A, you update the manager passwords in those tools, or B, better off, dedicate an account for just that function. A lot of times we'll set up the task agent to run as a user called print, which has a non-expiring password. And so that way you can see what's going on. Unfortunately, what happens is when we change these manager passwords, what I usually do is I put help desk on high alert. And so, hey, if a user calls up and says something's not working, know that we changed manager password, Monday at 9 o'clock in the morning. So we know, help desk knows potentially issues that fall out from that time forward could be password related or agent related. So a list of things, 3 things real quick. I'm sure depending on the various hooks and deployment tools and ways that Epicor data leaks throughout the organization, you'll see them come in usually as help desk tickets. If you monitor for failed logins, everybody monitors their Epicor logins, right? It's there. You can absolutely monitor your Epicor login, see for successful logins and failed logins. It's under your system manager, company maintenance tools. I believe it's in there. So if you see failed logins for manager, then you've got an idea that, hey, somebody's trying to log in as manager and they don't have the right password. Could be a somebody or it could be a something. Keep that in mind. So look at your audit logs. You'll see them inside Epicor. You'll see them in the task agent. You'll see them in the event viewer logs. You'll see them in SQL. And these are all places for audit logs that I typically go to when I'm looking for busted things in Epicor. Great question. Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, well, I've been on my soapbox now for 52 minutes and 22 seconds, so I really appreciate your time. I'm going to take myself on mute and hand the keys back over. You might as well, since you've seen my mug long enough, if you want to know what I look like and you need to talk to me, my email address is supplied in many places. I'll certainly share it at the end of the presentation as well. So I'd be happy to talk to you about security, especially Epicor security. Thanks so much for your time.
Awesome. Thank you, Daryl. All right, so I'm going to close the poll. Most of you answered. Clearly, the Beatles have taken the cake here. Yeah, that's the poll answer. We are going to take a quick break, and then we will meet back here. Let's meet back in 6 minutes, 12 o'clock Eastern, if that works for everybody, and then I'll introduce our next presenter. All right. Sorry for a little clunkiness. I sent out another poll. Welcome back. And if you guys want to take a few more seconds to finalize that, and then we can introduce our next presenter. All right. Give it a few more minutes, a few more seconds. All right. All right, so it looks like the majority of you are on-premise. About 8% are software as a service, and 2 are hosted on a private cloud versus, well, it's about the same for third party and private. So, all right, on-premise seems to take the cake. Curious how things will trend in the future. All right, let me go ahead and close that out. And our next presentation, let me go ahead and share my screen so I can pull that up for you guys. All right. Maybe not so much for me today. I'm sorry about that. All right, Mark, sorry about that. So our next presenter is from Mark Herman. He is the Vice President and he's a Principal Consultant at IHS Technologies. And before starting IHS with his wife, Nancy, he was the IT Director at a larger Epicor customer. So, and IHS is a partner with Analogyx BI Solution. They're gonna be doing the giveaway for the Amazon gift card. And he's gonna be giving us a presentation on the use of BI with Epicor context. So with that, I will stop sharing my screen and let you take it away, Mark.
Okay, thanks. I'll share my screen here for you. Hello, everybody. I may know a lot of you. And let's just make sure we got the right screen here. Wait. Cindy, what screen are you seeing, Cindy? Are you seeing a PowerPoint?
I'm
or are you seeing
the
a
Analogyx, there's a little Analogyx logo on the left and some charts and graphs underneath that.
All right, and that's the one we want. I'm going to kill my video just to give you guys some more screen room here. Hold on a second. Because some of these charts can take up some room. And I wanted to show you in the video. I kind of forgot. I'm a shout out today. I'm wearing a hat from Cherokee Measurement and Control because just a shout out to LaDonna and her crew who might be on this call today. That last week, Estes helped Cherokee go live. They were the first Service Pro field service rollout through Epicor. So shout out to the Cherokee team. So I wanted to honor them today because it was a pretty cool software. It brings mobility to field service. So maybe during the panel today, if you have questions, I'm sure LaDonna would love to share her experience and we can answer questions on her behalf. So now let's get into Analogyx. So Cindy, just confirm you're seeing my my main Analogyx BI and IHS technology screen, my slide. I'll take that as a yes. So Analogyx BI, they are a company that works do data analytics for a lot of different industries and markets, not just ERP. But IHS partners with them because we looked around and we saw that services were being taken care of, hosting is being taken care of. Companies like EstesGroup have customers covered for all those things. But what we saw was the next level of ERP investment and getting return on your investment, and that was, what are you doing with all the data? Now you're working every day, you're using Epicor to run your company on a daily basis, but there's tons of data that we find companies aren't using. It's just kind of sitting there. You're doing some what we call diagnostic or historical reporting with it, but how can we use this data to really drive decisions for the company? So our goal was, we worked at Analogyx BI to create an Epicor focused analytics package that has pre-built connectors built into it to make it much easier for Epicor users to onboard. So kind of a little overview of how this works is data ingestions we have pre-built connectors. So we connect to our customer's database, whether it be hosted with whether multi-tenant, whether it be public cloud, or whether it be on-prem, doesn't matter the environment, we can connect into the database with our pre-built connectors. We pull the data, a copy of the data, so we're never hitting the live data when you're doing your analytics. You pull a copy of your data up to our data warehouse. There we take it and we extract all your data, put it into data sets, and transform it into grouped information that makes sense and can be used for analysis. We then have over 50 different types of visualizations. So as you'll see, charts, graphs, every type of chart and graph you can imagine, to help users easily see the data in any format they understand, whether it be Excel spreadsheet or they like to see fancy graphs. So the end goal is that we have an end-to-end analytics platform, so you can see all your data from the raw data up through the most advanced analytics in any format you want to see, and being web-based, it's available 24/7. So data analytics kind of gets thrown around a lot. But basically what it comes down to is analyzing the data from your company. It started off more on finance side and people analyzing sales, but now in terms of manufacturing, full data analytics really is pulling in all the shop floor information also. So in addition to your core Epicor modules, because we have the ability to pull data from any type of file system, as you can see down here, we can connect to any data source, whether it be Excel, CSV spreadsheet, SQL, Oracle. We do a lot with shop floor machines that output data into their own proprietary database. It doesn't matter. We pull that data from your shop floor, from Epicor, from anywhere you need, and we pull it all together. It's encrypted, following Daryl's security topic there. All of our data is encrypted up to our data warehouse, where we pull all that data together. So we could have data, you could have, 5 different companies all running on different ERPs, or somebody could be using QuickBooks. We can pull all that data together into a single platform, so you can see all your data grouped together. And then being web-based, powered by machine learning and artificial intelligence, we can take this data in a web-based format, present it to your users for the 4 different levels of analytics, which I'll talk about next. Here's a little thing. Why are companies going to analytics? Why are they doing that? Forrester reports that data-driven companies really are growing 30% annually on average. Companies that are truly data-driven, they're using all this data their ERP systems are creating to use that data to make decisions. Those companies are finding a lot of growth. And companies that are not moving towards data analytics, they're starting to fall behind. So the 4 types of data analytics: descriptive. So what happened? What happened in the past? This is the most frequent type of analytics. You do it every day through SSRS, through dashboards, looking at what happens. Diagnostic is the next level of analytics. So why did it happen? Digging down, finding the issue. So these are the 2, they go hand in hand, and within Epicor on a daily basis, this is what you're doing. Seeing what happened, and you can do some drill downs to help figure out why it happened. Analogyx does that, and we do it very well, and we take it to the next level in terms of graphs and charts. And some people say, well, I can do graphs and charts in Epicor. Well, yes, you can, but you've got to be a very good tools person, or have access to a very good tools person, and you're willing to spend a lot of hours creating these. Where we take it to the next level is the 3rd type of analytics is predictive. So predictive is where you can help forecast trends or what probably will happen based upon this input you've gotten. So now you're taking your data, you're looking at it, not just reporting what happened in the past, but using it to look forward. One of the examples here is in machine maintenance. I'll do a sample of that then. We'll do an example where we're bringing input from 21 different sensors from the shop floor and bringing it in and looking at a machine by machine level, and based on the input from those sensors, saying, okay, when is this machine going to need maintenance next? How do we prevent downtime? So we're predicting when that machine needs work done. The last one in this level analytics is prescriptive. So that's used to start doing what ifs and facing future decisions. Purchasing, big user of prescriptive analytics, to be able to look at your different buyers, where they're located, the products they offer, the price they offer, the shipping to get there, their quality record, all this information, bring it together, and then be able to prescribe, if you will, who should we buy this part from. And I also have a prescriptive example in terms of marketing that I'll be showing you too. How do we differ analytics? So there are analytics packages out there. We're a single platform. You don't need coders. You'll see we can make changes. Anybody can make changes. We have a single data warehouse, pull together all your multiple sources into one. What you'll see today comes out of the box. The charts, the graphs, the dashboards, all the tools, everything comes out of the box, and we're adding more every week. Users, you don't have to create reports for every user the way they want to see it. Users can do their own ad hoc analysis with the same data set. We have the advanced analytics. We're very affordable. That's one of the things we aimed for, was we needed to make it easy for manufacturers to get into the data analytics platform. In security, we're big on security. First thing you sign with us as a user, our customer sign is a data security form, so they understand what we do with the data, how we protect their data, what we expect from them to protect data. We use AWS, so we were sitting on all of AWS backbone. Data stays in the United States, and we have to adhere to all their security encryption guidelines. So let me just jump into the demo here. The first thing you see is it is web-based. So therefore, any browser, anytime, anywhere, your users can see the reports. They do not have to have an Epicor license. They can just have a license to use Analogyx. What this really helps with, we're seeing companies take advantage of, is those executives who don't even want to know how to log into Epicor and don't want to log into it. Sales executives, salesmen out on the road who, to see their data, they really should log into Epicor, but it's not always easy when they're traveling. By being web-based now, you no longer have to pay for licenses for these guys that may use the system a few minutes a week or never use it, except to look at data once in a while. They can simply have an Analogyx license, and then you no longer have to worry about getting them into Epicor and showing them how to use Epicor. Instead, they're using a web page, which, hopefully everybody knows how to use these days. So at first glance, see we have a favorites page where the dashboards you work in most often are right up front. We have it laid out in terms of what most Epicor users understand. We have sales, and there's quotation, orders, and each one of these is called a dashboard. Within the dashboard then is made up of charts, which we'll take a deeper look at. We have our finance, AR, AP, cash management, CRM, in terms of customer engagement, building out more case management. Production, we have job management, and then production management, which is more not just what the typical job core modules are, but looking at things such as, this is where, as a company builds out their shop floor visibility, this is where those dashboards live. Supply chain, all the things you expect to see. Warehouse is something we added. This is again outside your typical core modules. These are terms of looking at like average stock aging or stock cost. We can do details on lots and expiration of stock. Planning and scheduling, and of course we're building out service management. And Geo is a new thing we're playing with. This is for companies that have a lot of service companies where you have customers or sites that you have geographic, you put in geographic coordinates for, and based upon those geographic coordinates, we can do analysis. So that's a new area we're building out for a customer. So let's take a little deeper look at a chart here. Pick sales orders. This has a good cross section of our capabilities. The first thing we see when we open sales orders is this black star at the top. So this star, by checking and unchecking this, that puts it on my favorites tab. So it's just that simple. So our layouts within the dashboard are, we have our header, which is going to give us our information just like an Epicor at the header level. We're talking, order totals versus we go into detail, which would be more line and release level information. Like now you can get into counts and things like that. Our table is all the data that drives the dashboard. So you can always go to the table and see, okay, what data is being pulled from the data set to drive these dashboards and these charts. And as we apply filters in our dashboard and our chart, this table updates and shows the filtered data. So very easy in Epicor or in Analogyx to create an Excel spreadsheet you can export. So I'll show you how to do that. And the About tab is if there's any formula being used. This is a pretty simple one. But if there's any formulas or calculations being used, we put those on the About tab, so you can always go back here and look and see, okay, how are we calculating this? Where is this coming from? So in this case, you can just see for order quantity and order amount, we're just summing up the detail order quantity and order head and order amount. So some of our other dashboards have much more complex calculations, so that's why this is very important. So we're going through just some of the features of this, and this is really a descriptive, what I call descriptive analytics. So this is looking at what happened, describing what happened. So we've got our overview of our order amounts per time periods. We got digital readout for that time period. This is from 2010 to 2020. Order trend over that time. We can break it out and look at, down into order status, order amount by sales rep, commission by sales rep, quarterly information. If we're multi-company, we can see everything by company, down to by customer group. And this dashboard even has mapping built in, so we can quickly see how much sales are doing in each state as well as in the country, in the world. So information that, again, descriptive information. And we added some things such as this box is called an annotation. So if I want to describe a time period, why something happened, this particular annotation, we ran a magazine ad. As you can see when I highlight this, it says magazine ads up top. But from December of 17 up to July of 18, we ran magazine ads. And we could see that during that time, sales are down. By the end of the magazine ads, our sales actually increased. So to me, that would say, wow, these magazine ads work. And seeing how sales dropped off so quickly, you might want to extend that magazine ad. These timelines are very useful. There's a lot of data in here. I can just break into any time period I wish to see and slide it back and forth. And I can see a closer look at what's going on within that time period. And if I want to just reset it, every chart, once I make a change, I can just click this little eraser guy to reset it. And now it allows me to do all kind of what ifs and change things around. We can edit charts. Edit charts are very easy. Let's say, for example, I don't want to see a pie chart. I click on this little edit chart button here. I apologize, my Wi-Fi is kind of slow today. And I can go in here and I can say, it's currently a pie chart. Let's make it a bar chart. And so I run my query. Now it's a bar chart, and I can say, I want to see the value, so what the count is on each thing. So 271 closed orders, and I could put labels in here too. I could put, this could be number of orders. And I could put the X value in here. So just by coming in here, I can easily click. I just run my query, I save it. And by exiting, I now have changed that pie chart into a bar chart. So this is something that, through permissions, and everything we see here on the main Analogyx page is totally customizable. So what I'm looking at is I'm a full-blown user, so I'm seeing everything. But you can set it up that you have a sales guy logging in. He may only see the sales tab. or his favorites tab, and only you could put 2 dashboards on it. You don't have to name it favorites. You could name it Jim Bob if you want to. All this is totally customizable. This also is a tools area that only the admins and power users see. So again, by assigning permissions to dashboards and charts, we can fully apply security so nobody's seeing anything that they don't need to see. So we can modify it pretty much any chart. If we want to see more or less data, we can just double click on this. If I just want to see Amy Davis's information, I just double click on Amy Davis, double click again and bring everybody back. Let's say I want to see Amy and Summer, I can just click 2 of them. So I can very quickly sort through data. And say word of mouth by customer. This is by default showing, looks to be maybe the top 10 or 15. Top 15. If I want to change it, just show me the top 10. Just by clicking my ellipses, I can change that number. I can type in any number I want. If I want to see 6 of them, I can type 6. So at the same time, if with my ellipses, I can do an export. So if I want to say, show me, I want to see by state all my sales, I can go into this chart, export Excel, and get an Excel spreadsheet showing me each state and the total order. So I can apply, as you can see, I can apply multiple filters in here and create an Excel spreadsheet that without having to know how to do pivot tables and all the other fancy Excel stuff that I barely know how to pronounce, let alone do. So. And that's from any chart as well as any dashboard. So let's look at, okay, how do we use this? I'm going to refresh the page. And again, wow, this is very slow today. My apologies. Oh. Right before I started this presentation, I did a laptop change because my other one suddenly was dying and the power cord was no good. So I'm trying to pull off a quick change here. One thing I didn't mention was another feature we have is this red line. This is a target line. So you can establish thresholds, what you're shooting for. This target, say, is our break even for sales, where we want sales to be. So by establishing this target line, we can see how we're doing against our target. Our filter bar over here. I can apply, right now there's no time range. I can click on filter. One of the most common things people want to see is year-to-date information. I can just now click on year-to-date. Now, not only my primary chart changes, but everything within the system will change. I mean, my entire dashboard is now reflecting year-to-date. As you can see, my dollar amount is $23,000 versus my turn off the filter is $6.5 million. So let's make a practical use of this. Let's drill down into, let's say we want to learn about Kraus Hicks. That's one of our companies. Okay. So now we see everything filtered for Kraus Hicks, their total sales, their order status, who their salespeople are and how they're doing. And let's see how Summer Brown is doing. We just want to learn about Summer. So we click on Summer. We now see Summer's order status. We see that these are her customers. This is her customer groups. Let's see how Summer's doing in the automotive group. So just by clicking on it now, I can see that she has 2 customers in the automotive group. I can see their total sales, as well as their number of open and closed orders. And if I forget what I've filtered on, these little widget guys here save me. I can see I've not filtered by time range. And actually I did stack on time range there. So I've got the, looks like 2014, April through May. I look at Kraus Hicks as the company. I've got Summer Brown as my sales rep, and I'm looking at the automotive group. So this allows me to always be able to see what my data is filtered on. And we'll take this a little deeper. Let's take a customer. I'll start typing. We'll use Gilbert Group. If we use Gilbert Group, let's get rid of Crowd 6 here. So we're basing everything, now everything is just on my customer Gilbert Group. If I take this as detail, I can now see my filters on the Gilbert Group. So this whole dashboard and all these charts are just telling me information for the Gilbert Group. So I can see all information. And now that I'm at the line or release, I can go down, I can see sales by part group, by part number, part description, by order number. So I can now see the next level of data. And by clicking on any one of these filters, I can just say, if I just want to see, how Gilbert Group, what our sales looks like for just a part number, 2 part numbers, we can easily just click on those. Likewise, I now could go to my table. And now my data, if I notice my spreadsheet back here is just, everything's just for the Gilbert Group customer. So if I was asked to just present information or provide information for an external source or for auditors, whatever, just by going in here, clicking a few things, I can now just use the export feature and export in Excel. I can even take a picture if I want to. You also notice in cells, we also have not just the digital readout, but also the graphical. So how this amount falls in comparison to the other cells or customers. So I can do a quick graphical view that way also. So that's descriptive. Diagnostic analytics. We can look at, and I can jump to another. Let's see, I'm using Control K. And I can click in here and let's look at job costs. So these are my job dashboards. I'm going to go to job costs. So job costs, in this case, so as I said before, diagnostic analytics is using it to drill down, figure out why something happens. Again, something you can do in Epicor dashboards and with SSRS reports. But as you'll see here, we can get it here pretty quickly and with an endless variety of permutations and choices. So by looking at this quickly, you've already seen our dashboards work. I won't go into every cell here. What this dashboard is showing is this is total estimated cost based upon method of manufacture. So in our jobs, and this could include manufacturing job, service job, project job. So this is looking at our MOM for the job and what our estimated labor materials are. Actual is the labor that was reported as well as the material that was issued in those cases. And then this is the difference between those two. So what we see is that our estimate was higher than our actual. Good to know, because if it's too high, then maybe we're quoting wrong and we might be pricing ourselves out of the market. And of course, if it's lower than the actual cost, well, then we're losing money. So by looking at this one, what I want to look and see here is this is a 3-series chart. So we've got our total estimated cost versus the total actual cost. And then this green line is the cost difference. So when I look at this quickly, I can see that my biggest cost difference was during this month in December of 2019 was over $2,000. Most companies probably would be okay with that, but we'll look at it. So by clicking, I don't have to go into filters, and I'm just going to click on the December 19 bar. I now can see that there were 2 companies that had jobs during that month. And quite clearly, this company here, UKB, their cost difference was $2.25 thousand, so they seem to be the culprit. We'll click on them. We've now filtered based upon that company. These are the 3 plants within that company. And we can see that this Hagen's plant has just about all of the cost difference within it for that month. So we'll click on Hagen's. So we now see that the customer was Hall Associates. So one customer was affected by this $2,000 cost difference. We can quickly take this to our detail table, go down, and we can see the part class and part groups that this cost difference is associated with. More importantly, we can see the part number. So this entire part, this cost difference was associated with one part number, which is a PowerEdge server. We can now go down and look and see, oh, here's the job. So these 2 jobs, this one had a $1,000 difference, this one had a $1,000 difference. So there's our $2,000 in 2 jobs for Hall Associates in that month that involved that part number. So from here, then we could go to any number of dashboards. If I do my Control K, I could go to my other job dashboards, and I could go into dashboards and look at job material, job assembly, job summary, and look and now go deeper and say, okay, what was this made of? Did we underestimate parts? Were parts more expensive than we expected? Did it take more labor than we anticipated? So we very easily now can do diagnosis on this. So that's diagnostic analytics. This is normally where I'd say, are there any questions? But y'all can't speak, so I'm just kind of going to rattle on. Next, we'll look at predictive analytics. So remember, predictive analytics are using your data to predict events. So in this case, we're going to use it for something we call, I think this was called remaining useful life. Yes, this is what this customer actually termed it. So this dashboard is really aimed at preventative maintenance. Well, this one was, there's a lot going on in the background of this dashboard. So this actually brought data in. This is one that we have 21 sensors reading data, and it gets output to a spreadsheet, which we then upload. And the uploads of the data to our data warehouse can be set to near real time, up to once a day, once a week, however often you want your data refreshed. So in this case, this is a spreadsheet we have on a schedule. It gets uploaded with its data from 21 sensors. We take the readings from those sensors and we create data settings from them. And from that, we derive a formula to say, okay, based on the reading of each sensor, what is the time left until this machine needs maintenance again? This particular company, their maintenance cycle, they consider it in days. I believe it was aircraft engines or something. So we translate that to days. But what we see first here is that, so they have one machine that has to be maintenance in less than a week. So within the next 7 days, they've got a machine that needs maintenance. They have 8 that need maintenance within 2 weeks, and 24 that need maintenance within the next month. We can see from this chart, what they want to know is how do we schedule our maintenance department. So we can see here that in the next 5 to 10 days, there's going to be 6 machines that need maintenance. 10 to 15, there's 2 more for a cumulative total of 8, and 15 to 20 days. So this way they can actually schedule their PM and their maintenance out. This graph shows them which machine. So we can see that M34 has only 6 days until the next maintenance versus the days since the last maintenance, which is the orange line. So as this number grows, of course, these are machines that won't need maintenance as long as this one out here, it's going to be 30 days before it needs maintained. So, and the same data is repeated in a chart below. So this is a quick example of using prescriptive analytics. The next level of this actually, which is pretty crazy, is this is predictive analytics, predicting what's going to happen. The next level of this is another level of analytics that being developed as cognitive. So that same information we're bringing into this chart, you could use that, and by running iterations, it could look at all the settings, and based upon previous maintenance cycles and when they were required, how the machine lasted, it could start recommending to you and saying, okay, based upon these 20 sensors, one of them being oil pressure, if you reduce your oil pressure by 5 psi, you could extend that maintenance window for another week. So this data now on cognitive analytics can actually start running what ifs and running scenarios and telling you what you should set the machine at, what different settings should be to get the most out of it. So predictive analytics. Last but not least is we'll look at prescriptive analytics. Let's look at customer segmentation. Here. Customer segmentation, here we go. So customer segmentation is very useful in marketing. And one of the things that we're getting requests from now is marketing dollars are getting tight. And companies want to make sure they're not wasting marketing dollars. So we're saying, okay, how do we use all this data that's being created from our ERP system to make marketing decisions? What should we do? So we can use prescriptive analytics to help make decisions on actions that will maximize the marketing outcome. On this one, we'll start with the About tab, just because I want to explain what's going on here. So what we've done here is we've actually used an algorithm called RFM algorithm. So it stands for recency, which is number of days since last order, the frequency, how often do they order, and monetary value or revenue, we know as an Epicor. So using RCM, we've placed all of our customers in the 3 value levels: high, mid, and low. High, of course, being the customers, our highest scoring on our RFM algorithm chart. So we've taken all this raw data, run it through an algorithm, and put it into clusters. As you can see, our high value customers, when we go to segmentation, we can see that we have 24 customers that are in a high value range. These are people we want to keep. So how do we improve the retention? So we're marketing to them, how do we come with loyalty rewards? What do we do to market to these guys to keep them our good customers? Mid-value customers, we may need to bring up improve how often they order, or the number of times they order, and come up with ways to keep these guys, and how do we grow them from mid to high value customers. And then we have 62 low value customers who don't order from us. They either don't order from us a whole lot, it's not a lot of money, or it's a long time between orders, or something that drives their score down. So we decide, do we market to them and try to bring them up, or do we just discard them because they're sucking up our resources and there's no future for these guys? So this is our digital readout that this customer chose. We then have in graphical format, so we can see by high value, and then it works its way down. So we can look at each customer. This one uses a map. So this is by average overall score. So I could see that New Mexico is one of the high value customers. So if I'm going to target geographical marketing, I want to do customer retention type marketing here to keep growing these guys. All the way down to red where there's no customers in North Dakota. So we have to decide, okay, we're going to pound this place with marketing or give up on them. Personally, I don't think you should ever get to North Dakota, so I'd market to them. One thing we can use here is each chart has a maximize button. So if I want to see this map and I'm like, well, I can't really see these states in here, every chart I can click down here and click on maximize. It brings your chart up full screen. So now I can see each little piece. Again, I can just click down here and minimize it again. And again, that's with any chart. So the next level of charts here, we compare by customer range, by value range, revenue versus frequency. So how much they buy versus how often they buy. This is our number one customer up here. We'd love to see everybody up here. They order a lot from us in terms of money, and they do it often. This is revenue versus recency. So we want this group up here. They're high on the revenue side and low on the recency, meaning that they've ordered recently. Same with frequency versus recency. We want them to order very often and very close together. So this allows us customers now to be able to see how the customers fall in terms of these 3 bins. We of course have our charts down here, and we can see top 10, top 12, top 20, however we want to change that to show. And the other thing we wanted to see was frequency, recency, and revenue versus the count of actual orders placed from these groups. One thing that jumps out here to me is that, this is from more of a production standpoint, but in terms of revenue, we can see that our mid and low value customers in the 0 to 200,000 dollar range, they're actually, we process a lot of orders for them. So we just have to be aware that we don't spend all of our manufacturing resources putting out all these orders for these guys, and maybe perhaps ignore a high value order when it comes in. So that's why these are very important. One place that's this can be used as a realistic example is this customer. We noticed this Lane Castile and Bullock. They look to be our second highest revenue, just behind our top customer. But yet their score is only a 9 compared to a 12. So if we want to take a look at, okay, why are these guys a 9? Where are they lacking? How can we make them a 12? So if I click on them and I compare them to our top customer, and I'm just doing a comparison between these two, I see that one of them is in, our top customer is in a state that has a higher overall score. So either we market there better, our products fit there better, our salesman there is better. They don't have not everybody has a Cindy Russell out there selling for them. So we have a geographic difference there. And as well, if we look here, yeah, you know, these guys, the recency is not that bad, and frequency, or recency and monetary value, we know that's close, but this is where it jumps apart. We can see that Lancaster and Bullock, they've only ordered 170 times from us, whereas Smith, Holland, Kane, they've ordered over 900 times. So right there, that's the difference. So our marketing then aimed at Lancaster and Bullock would be, okay, how do we get these guys to order more often? So right now it looks like they're buying high value orders from us. They don't order often, but it's for a lot of money. So we got to see if this is not seasonal, can we get them to order more often? So that's one way we can use prescriptive analytics here. Another way, very quickly, which may actually be more common for many of you, is let's say we want to, our marketing partner says we want to market to mid-value customers in the Northwest region. So we can easily filter and say, okay, mid-value. We come to our chart and say, Alaska. Can't forget Alaska. So now we've created now our charts for comparison to see, okay, for marketing trends, what do we need to do to try to improve, you know, recency, frequency, bring up dollar values and orders. We end up with our chart over here, which we can easily export in Excel, again, just by clicking here on our ellipses. If we want to feed this into an external marketing tool or into, you know, mail merge for marketing. So again, very quick to generate data in any amount of ways you want to see it. So these are just some quick examples of the 4 types of analytics. And as I said, we're adding dashboards pretty much weekly. In fact, right before we got on, we just dumped a new one in that I would like to show you, but I want to be careful because since it got dumped in, I'm not sure if I have the latest version and I'll blow up my system. But let's just see. Let's look, I think it's under CRM. Is it here? No, it should be sales. No, it wasn't dumped in here yet. So, okay, I don't want to be, oh, put it here under, they put it under, look at that. They were very nice and they put it under favorites for me, so I want to look for it. This is one we just developed for a customer. So showing total sales, total profit, the profit margin, total number of orders, the total number of unique products sold during this time period. And as well, they want to see year over year, which is always a big thing. So we can see, here's our monetary difference. In 2016, we sold 195,000. Here it's 476. But the red line tells us what was that year over year percent increase. Likewise, we can change, this is showing by year. We can change it to show by month, by day, by quarter. Really, we have time grading built in, so you can easily pick the time period you want to look at for percent growth. So I think that's really a dashboard that I want to show you. Administration, so there are 3 levels of users, technically 4. There's an admin user who takes care of security, the uploading of the data, the management of the data sets, etc. Next level is power user. That's someone who uses the data set then to create dashboards and charts. And assign users to dashboards, within dashboards, the admin manages overall users, but the power user then can decide who sees what data. And then there's the viewer, which is the most common one. You can go in and slice and dice and view. And likewise, we have another license, which we, by popular demand, one we hadn't originally intended to do, but companies use this on their shop floor for monitors on the shop floor. All you need is, you know, a computer with web access, and you can be displaying these charts right on the shop floor instead of printing out paper and stapling them up everywhere. So the tools are here for power user and administrators to easily go in, make changes to the charts. It's very simple. You know, you get training comes along with all of our implementations. One feature here is pretty cool. You can schedule any dashboard or chart to be emailed on a regular basis. So, for example, sales invoice. I can go in here and I can set up to say I want it done daily, weekly, monthly, what time I want to run, who my recipients are. I can use email groups. It can either be an attachment or inline in the body. But basically every day I get an email with, for example, this. Sure I do. That's pretty crazy. There. This is, I get email every day with an attachment that shows me that snapshot of AR invoices. So if you got salesmen who every week want to see their customers' invoices, for that salesman, they can just get an email. They don't even have to go on Analogyx. And they don't have to be an Analogyx user. They can just receive an email with this information in it. Likewise, for companies that do reporting for PE firms or you're owned by another outfit, you can either give them licenses to come right into Analogyx, show them exactly, only allow them to see the dashboards or data they need to see, or set up these kind of mailing and sharing of reports. Any chart can be shared. I don't think I really shared that, but any chart I can share by clicking here. I can either copy a hyperlink or email a link, and as long as that person is a user of the system, has a login, they can come in here and look at that chart if you want them to see a particular chart. So I'm going to jump out of here. Let's jump back to PowerPoint. So that's it for the demo. Again, if you want to see more or need to see more, we certainly can set up a demo just for you, for your company to figure out. Because today I'm not sure what the mix is on here. Who was finance, who might be executives, who's administrators. So hopefully I give a broad view of what can be done with this. At the basic core, if you're like, oh, it's a reporting software, it's not. It's so much more than reporting software. It can make some really nice reports, a heck of a lot faster and nicer, and give you a lot more flexibility than you can typically do unless you're SSRS master or dashboard master. But the true value is really this whole idea that you can get users in there that don't have to know Epicor. They don't have to be Epicor licensed users. They can get in, see the data any way they want to see it, when they want to see it, to make advanced decisions, not just look what happened, but say, what can we be doing as a company? So I'm going to take a few minutes here, open it up for questions. Let me get back into the Zoom here.
Mark, I have a couple of questions for you while the participants are also, if they want to add any additional questions, feel free, but
Okay.
Just let me know when you're ready.
All right. Let me, I will stop sharing my screen, turn my video back on, and we can talk.
Awesome. All right. There you are. So first question, what point in an implementation do you want to consider the implementation of BI as part of the core implementation or after cutover as a phase 2? So would you?
It clearly is a phase 2.
Okay.
Yep, clearly a phase 2. Once you have your system up and running, you're generating data, then we want to work with that data, because at this point you're not even sure what data you're going to be generating yet. And we all know implementations are crazy enough. I used to have hair, it's not under there anymore, because of implementations. So definitely it's a phase 2. Great question.
Okay. And one more, when do you know that you've exhausted your existing reporting tools and should begin researching BI?
Wow, that's a really good question. I would say when you keep getting requests from management or executive teams for more information, they want to know more data than just what happened. They start saying, well, what should we do? What decision should we come up with here? That's when you start saying, okay, we need more than just knowing what happened. Now they really want to know what could happen. That's a great question. And just asking that question, at least, it tells me people are thinking about, okay, we're already hitting that wall. So good.
All right, one more that came in just now. What is the licensing model of the software?
Oh, licensing, it's free. No, I'm just kidding. So it's very simple. That's one of the things we wanted to go with, was as you know, some of the systems out there now are very expensive to implement, in the fact that they're not fixed cost, they are hours as consumed. So you buy the software, and then for implementing it, it depends on how many hours it takes, depends on how big company you are. So we have a flat rate fee. So $3,000 is the flat rate. Everything you see is included. So we do implementation, all the KPIs, all the dashboards, load your data, work with you to create the data sets and information that you want to see. Spend some time with you tweaking the most common dashboards, and also training. And then followed by that is just a monthly fee. So it's monthly subscription. We don't require annual maintenance agreements or anything like that. It's just the base package is 5 licenses. That gives you a admin, a power user, and 3 viewers, which is a lot for most companies. Most companies are not going to need more than 1 power an admin and power user. So 5 basic users, and that's just $350 a month. So really, you get into this thing for less than the price of probably paying for 1 dashboard to be created when you look at it. So that's it. Flat fee, $3,000, monthly fee of $350 for the base package. And then you can add users as you need them.
All right, awesome. And one more, what level of technical expertise is normally required to be able to be successful with BI?
I lend it, so anybody can do it. I'm not a tools guy. I think anybody that has any understanding of data, so anybody can go into these charts, slice and dice it, but to set up the chart and create it, as long as you have just a basic concept of what data means and what the data fields in Epicor are, you can create a chart. We're teaching people all the time that really, we're not tools people, but through our training, and we provide training guides and reference, so very, very minimal knowledge required.
All right, awesome. So are there any other questions that anyone wants to get in? We've got 3 minutes left. Otherwise, I might gift you 3 minutes longer.
Yeah, I think that's 3 minutes.
All right. Well, I'm going to put up a real quick poll, and we will answer it when we get back.
All right. Thanks, everybody.
Guys, at 1 Eastern, 8 minutes. All right. So we are back. Thanks for joining us again. All right. The poll that we had during the break was, what kind of reporting tools do you use? SSRS, 20 of you said that you use SSRS. 14 of you said that you use Crystal Reports. EDD, Epicor Data Discovery. 4 of you said that you were using EDD. 3 of you are using EDA, Epicor Data Analytics. 22 of you said BAQs and dashboards. 7 of you are using MS Power BI. And 6 of you are using something else, another form of BI. All right, good deal. All right, and so our next presentation is going to be from Brad Feeks. He's the Senior Vice President of our Professional Services Department. He's been with the EstesGroup for about 6 years, I believe, and he works as an operations and tools consultant. And yeah, he will be presenting some best practices. Oh, you know what? I apologize. I need to share my screen again. He's going to be presenting some best practices on when setting up, on what to do when setting up manufactured parts. All right, sorry about that. Go ahead, Brad.
All right, very good. And thank you, Cindy. Turn my mug back on here. And well, first off, wanted to thank everyone for attending. Really excited to do this, really excited to see some familiar names in the attendee list and some new ones as well. So welcome again, and thank you for coming, and hope we can have some fun here talking about manufactured parts. Give you a little bit of background on myself and kind of why this subject matter was important to me. Before I came to the EstesGroup, and in fact, before I got into ERP closely, I was tied more closely to the manufacturing Six Sigma, Lean Six Sigma, Lean aspects of the business environment. And our work there was quite often focused as much on, you might call the psychological aspects of industrial engineering and some of those issues that kind of come along with that. I had been with a company that kind of went through a re-engineering process, what we used to call it back then. And the consultant came on board. He wasn't a technical fella so much as he was a kind of more of a cross-platform guy. And he told us something that I thought was really interesting at the time. He said, half of an implementation is technical, and the other half has to do with team and culture and all those other pieces that come to it. And that's kind of going to be an underlying theme of today's presentation, surprisingly, because you wouldn't think about necessarily part structure affecting the culture of your organization. In my presentation today, I'm going to make the case that it does. So on that note, let me go ahead and share my screen. All right, very good. All right, so we're going to start the discussion here with the basic question about, can a method of manufacturing and its structure impact the shop floor business culture? I'm going to use a case study to kind of make my point. This information here probably could even talk about the what we had done with the company was they had asked us to provide some manufacturing part setup best practices and give them some ideas of the do's and the don'ts and some general recommendations. And it got kind of wordy over time. So after a while and a number of revisions, I had other customers who started asking for that as well. So we put together a white paper, and I'll send you a link to the white paper if you're interested in something to cure insomnia. I swear it put me to sleep a couple times when I was writing it. So I should do the same for you if you have that issue. With the basic idea then was, what are some best practices to try to structure your moms so that they blend in with the business well? And that became kind of the output here. And so with the company that we were specifically working with, the question of kind of imminence there was shop floor accountability. The company themselves, they had engaged an outside process consultant, kind of a third-party manufacturing, best practice, world-class manufacturing sort of an organization, to try to help their company take that big leap forward. They were a company that was scaling up And they were going from being a big little company to a little big company, as one of their fellows had stated it. I always liked that depiction. So they were scaling up to the degree where they had to really step up and handle this increased workload, increased complexity, increased sales revenues without all of their systems kind of breaking down because of their inability to scale. So they brought this consultancy in to help them with that. As a part of that, they reviewed all the internal processes and procedures of the customer. And the consultancy found this basic problem with accountability on the shop floor to be kind of a pervading and fundamental issue that they needed to overcome. And it was this basic idea that in each department, there was a sense of vagueness as to what they had to do, when they had to do it by, and what the expectations were. And the question that came up naturally was, well, you have this ERP system that should be able to provide some of that information. And why isn't it? So as we kind of got pulled in at that point to kind of help merge the over business process aspect with the system aspect and try to see where those came together, and we started reviewing the MOM structures, and we found a couple of specific things that were kind of pejoratively affecting that whole situation. In one case, they had operations that did not represent the actual activities that they were doing. They had, in some cases, some very generic operations that were just kind of assemble. And assemble could mean one thing in one department, it could mean something else in another department, and it could be many different assemble activities on a single component, a single finished good, but they weren't spelled out well. This was especially prevalent with feeder work centers. They have component areas that are making your sub-assemblies or your manufactured components, sometimes like the fab area or special assembly, what have you, and those products are feeding into main assembly, final assembly. And those feeder activities weren't clearly depicted in the system. They had departments, but they weren't making anything. And some of that then ultimately came to the extensive use of phantom bombs in their organization. Phantom bombs had been used as kind of the panacea, the thing that cures all ills. But unfortunately, it kind of created some problems of its own, that the phantom bombs were obscuring the actual components that were getting constructed during that process. So out of all of those MOM structure issues kind of led to the insufficient manufacturing data in the ERP system to support what you'd call a world-class manufacturing operation. So let me give you a quick layout of what their shop floor looked like. This is a kind of a simplified version. On the one side, you had receiving. On the other side, you had shipping, which is always kind of ideal, but quite often not what we get to do in life. But you have a number of feeder work centers that were fed from either the raw material storage area or the stock room. Those feeder work centers were feeding a number of final assembly lines, and those finished products were going into shipping. This was a company that had kind of you might call it capital equipment. So they were making large machines in a largely customized, configured to order, engineered to order mode. And within that, there were a couple of things that were worth noting, that their manufactured component materials, as I had mentioned earlier, were all phantoms. And those phantoms, when they exploded, they would clutter those final finished good job bombs with a whole bunch of operations, right? So each of those parts, those phantom parts, had their own routings, but those routings jumped up a level and dropped into the final finished good routing, creating these monstrous routings where a part that truly that finished good had one or two final operations, but these job bombs, because of all these phantoms, you'd have hundreds of operations jumping up into that final method, creating a lot of confusion. And since the components exploded, the feeder work centers had nothing to tell them what to make. They would have, one operation or two operations out of this 300 operation routing, but it was always just against that finished good, when truly they were making one of those key components that went into that final assembly. And as you might imagine, the scheduling and the priority management was entirely offline because the existing methods of manufacturing didn't provide any kind of key a directional organization for them. And this all led to an absence of accountability. And so what we had said kind of earlier, when they were a small shop and things were very easy. It was very easy to, I kind of use in manufacturing what you sometimes call the hauler distance, right? How complex your setup needs to be is relative to how far you can hauler with someone hearing. And you had a small shop where people could just kind of holler to the feeder work center and say, I need these parts, I need those parts, and the volume is low and the complexity is manageable, and the natural interaction between departments is straightforward. That became great. That wasn't hard. But as some of those feeder centers got bigger and more volume came through, and even as they started to move some of the feeder work centers to other buildings on the campus, that hauler distance became impossible to manage. So that was kind of the context of that one situation, and that gives kind of a thematic organizational factor here for some of our other discussions. And that all takes us to handling of these lower level components in Epicor. Now, I always call them components because the term subassembly can mean a lot of things to a lot of people, and it means one very specific thing in Epicor. So it seems like in an implementation, a week gets spent agreeing on terminology. So I'll use that as kind of my shorthand for now. But when we talk about manufactured components, and there's some unique challenges that these pose, and then I think the rest of our discussion will be trying to address some of these. One is visibility. And so the general goal when you're talking about visibility is how can you make your product needs and the need to supply certain demand visible across the organization, all right, in order to satisfy that customer's demand by also trying to be efficient while doing it. And that efficiency now drives down to what you're doing in terms of transaction. Quite often within a department, they might be worried about what's shipping out the door, but they also might be worried about how efficiently they're completing their products, right? How many setups do I have to do? Can I bulk setups? Can I batch parts so that I don't have to be coming in and out routinely? Even in a lean environment, I see folks challenging or running into those same challenges. And then economies of scale. Similarly with how can I not only limit my system transactions and how many times I have to transact in the system, but how many times can I optimize what I have in front of me in order to make these run quantities the right sized in order to hold our ship dates, but also keep our internal costs down. So I would say that these are kind of some of the considerations that I've seen, and there's obviously a lot of different variables that drive whether or not one of these is more important than the other. And I've noted a couple of here in terms of your product mix, your production costs, the scale of your environment. If you're working with small equipment, when I was working in manufacturing, a lot of the stuff that I did was all very small, drill presses, small punch presses, basic manufacturing stuff that changed out and in very quickly. And that would be very different than, say, our other machining department that had large CNC style milling presses and such that were doing much more complex activity where the setup and the program, including the programming of the CNC runs, was much more intensive. So those dynamics always kind of change within a company. Now, so in Epicor, we talked about kind of our general ideas. Now, what happens with us with customers often is they come to us and they say, okay, well, now that you know where we're at as a company, can we talk through how we actually are going to handle these different components inside of Epicor? And inside of Epicor, there are a number of pretty distinct ways that you can handle the processing of manufactured components. And I'll start off with probably the most basic. This would be a subassembly. So in a subassembly, using the Epicor definition, right, the mom of the manufactured component resides within the job or the work order of the parent part. So when you make one of those parent parts, you're going to make X number of these subassemblies as part of that same job. So I see this a lot in capital equipment manufacturers where they'll have one big item and they'll have a bunch of subassemblies, quite often because they're in a configure to order environment where those subassemblies are highly tailored to that situation. They might actually be even parts on the fly. It kind of varies there, but there's a definite, very tight link between those component materials, those subassemblies, and the parent that they're feeding. They may make those subassemblies just once for this job and may not make it for the next number of months or even years. Another option in handling these parts is what's called a make direct material. And so a make direct material is a material on the job. So instead of being a subassembly, it's a material, because we know in a job, the mom of a job can have subassemblies, but it also has materials, and those can exist at different levels. And a make direct material is a situation where a separate job is created to supply those material requirements for the parent. So instead of a subassembly that's part of that parent work order, part of that parent job, this separate job is kicked off and created and managed quasi-independently. It still has a link back to that job, that source of demand, but it's made independently. And those costs are on that individual job. Kind of your classic means of doing this in ERP as it evolved out of the older MRP systems is a stock material, where a manufactured component is made and put into stock, and then it's issued out from stock when you need it. And really, to that parent job could care less if those parts are manufactured or they're purchased. They're all coming from stock in that same manner. How they got there might be very different, but how those parts come by the time that the job itself needs to consume those, it's just a material is a material. And I say this is probably our most, maybe not the most common, but at least historically has been the most common way in which components are satisfied. Now, one other means, and this is kind of a little bit different because a phantom assembly doesn't exist on a job so much as you see the output of a phantom, what we call a phantom explosion. So in a phantom case, the mom of that manufactured component, that phantom part, its materials and its operations, when we call the part explodes, those parts and materials, they jump up to the next level of that higher level assembly, and they take residence in there. So you don't actually have that original part anymore. You just have its components. Now, in working with other customers, I've started to discover that some other systems, I think Great Plains is one of them, that they have phantom assemblies that maintain that structure, even though the operations, the same explosion happens, but they still tell you what that parent is. So I've seen customers struggle with Epicor's interpretation of the phantom. Phantom is really an industry standard. It's not an Epicor specific thing, but even then, those terms get utilized, I've found, in some different ways across applications. So I would say these are our core options in terms of what we could get at the final job level, right? Because, and I will talk through this, a part goes through a number of different phases, right? You define that part structure in the engineering workbench, and it has those part operations, part materials, and you set all your settings. You're pulling in those part master records that have their own settings that affect this. But ultimately, the question that you're answering is, how should this thing look on the job? And because of things like subassemblies and phantoms, we'll find that our final job mom might look a fair bit different than a part mom. And because of that, we kind of have to have a good idea of how those transitions and transformations occur within Epicor according to what rules Epicor uses. All right, so I apologize for my color palette here. The first time I did this Visio doc, it was right around Easter. So everything came out as kind of an Easter egg pastel shade. And I kind of grew fond of it. So I've taken my pastels with me everywhere I go. So it's really important to understand the default behavior of a part master when it goes from a part through the engineering workbench and to the job mom. And I'll call this default behavior. So part master, first thing we want to talk about is the infamous non-stock flag. And my English teacher always told me in grade school never to use a double negative, but in Epicor ease, I find we're always calling stuff not non-stock, which seems, whenever we try to explain not non-stock to a first-time Epicor customer, we get that sort of querulous head nodding that takes, it's kind of a strange Kool-Aid that takes a while to get used to. I wish I could know the Epicor engineer who made that fateful decision X number of years ago to call this non-stock versus just, I don't know, stock. anyways, we could spend a lot of time debating that one. But the biggest piece here has to do with that non-stock flag at the part master level. So parts can be stocked or they can be non-stock. So if a part is non-stock, that means that you are going to satisfy it directly, whether you're at a sales order, on the sales order release, if you're going to make that thing, or you're going to buy it to order, all right? If it's on a purchase order, if you're going to buy it directly, either to a sales order or buy it directly to a job material, or if it's a material on a job, are you going to make that thing directly? You're going to treat it as a sub-assembly. All of that is affected by that non-stock flag. Now, stocked is really simple. It's stocked is, okay, I'm going to buy this part, or I'm going to make this part, I'm going to put it into inventory, and I'm going to extract it as needed. Now, how you buy that part or how you make that part, if you're going to make it with minimums, are you going to have, lot multiples that you want to make it? Because when I was working in the factory, I used to run a saw, and we'd cut X number of parts out of a bar, and our bars were fixed lengths. So you always knew that when you cut up this bar, you get 20 pieces out of it. So you came up with lot multiples of 20, so that every time you were consuming an entire bar. There are some variabilities there. I think a lot of customers really get a lot of benefit out of what we call days of supply, using that little functionality to group sections of days together so that I can get some optimization and some economies of scale and transactional reduction, while at the same time not completely bogging down my company according to a fixed, rigid kind of minimum order quantity or minimum on-hand inventory. So there's some value there, but that all comes from that non-stock versus stocked delineation. Now, when this pushes to the engineering workbench, now that has a natural effect. So if something is flagged as non-stock, your pull as assembly flag on the engineering workbench is going to default to true. When you add a material to a method, it's automatically want to check that thing as true. And because of that, when it gets to a job, it's going to want to treat that job as a subassembly. All right, so a default behavior, a non-stock part, will come into the engineering workbench as a pull as assembly material, and that ultimately will become a subassembly when that thing gets to be a job and you get details for that parent part. Now, a stock part, conversely, it'll come into that engineering workbench as pull as assembly being false, and then when it comes down to the job, it'll again just be that issued from stock material, just a regular old job material. And let me talk about, now I'm going to stop killing you by PowerPoint here for a little while at least, and open up the actual Epicor application, because that is what this is all about after all. But I want to talk to you a couple of little examples. I've done some basic setup just to kind of give you some ideas of this is in practice, how some of this works. And I apologize if this is, if I'm just preaching to the choir and this is information you've covered already. When I give this presentation for customers and at some of the other EUGs, I get kind of a mix of, oh yeah, that's obvious, and oh wow, we never did that before. I think with customers who step into an existing implementation and the folks who had originally implemented have since left the company, trying to figure out some of this black magic sometimes is where some of the challenges are. So I have a couple examples here, and I'll just talk through them for you. I started off with this part DSS 1010. This was straight out of the training database. It's a stocked manufactured part, i.e. it's not non-stock. I took that part and I copied it and I made a version of it that was manufactured like the original, but it's flagged as non-stock. So I'm going to use this in our make direct and our subassembly examples. And then I had another part, DSS 1010 NSPB. Again, it's a manufactured and it's non-stock, but it's also a phantom. So this is our phantom version of the same part. So I took the same basic component materials and gave us kind of 3 different examples. Now, similarly, I took that part, and this part will show up as material sequence 10 in all of our examples. And I took that part and I created some parent assemblies. I created one for DSS 1000. That's again straight out of the training database. And it is where material sequence 10, this DSS 1010 is a stocked material. So this is our, what you might call our vanilla example, our basic make to stock model. Now, DSS 1000 MDN has, as you might expect, a make direct material. So that part, DSS 1010NS, that non-stock material, is going to produce a make direct material, and DSS 1000 sub is, unlike that, going to produce a job subassembly. So we'll walk through the setup and how we get from that part and part mom setup to a job subassembly. And then finally, we'll talk about a phantom assembly where I took that same material part, NSPB, and I added it to material sequence 10 as a pull as assembly phantom assembly. We will go through that. So let me get out of my PowerPoint here for 1 second. And let us jump into, all right, so I have, for our purposes here, I will start with our component materials as we've noted. So the first component, 1010, is a non-stock item. All right, it has, let's do this very quickly. If you ever get pulling tabs for a reason, then you have to undo it. Here's my free tutorial, reset layouts to base. Probably the first thing I learned as an Epicor customer was reset layouts to base, because I started panicking as soon as I posed up my tab orders. Okay, so let's take this part and let's quickly look at it in the method tracker. And it has X number, it has 7 operations and a handful of materials. Okay, our friend here, non-stock, has the same mom. The only difference is it is flagged as non-stock. Now, I really should say too is we all know that even though it's flagged up on the main part, the thing that Epicor is looking at is on the plant ID. All right, so very important that, especially if you're working in DMT land, and I would say that it seems like at least a quarter of the issues I run into in manufacturing, when we run into something where the system's not behaving like it should, it's some issue on the plant tab, because the plant tab, for some reason, got out of sync with the main tab. And people, myself included, tend to think of that main tab as the home, but really, when Epicor's processing, it's going back to that site. Now, this is a good thing, of course. You know, in multi-site environments, you might treat parts very differently. If a part is like a transfer part that gets moved from one organization, you know, one site to another, you might have that whole difference. But I digress. So this is my non-stock version. All right, and then I have my phantom bomb version. All right, so it's not only non-stock, it is a phantom. And I'm not going to go to the revision, just trust me to say that it is a duplicate of that original DSS 1010. And now, kind of more importantly, as we get into the main parts, so I have this parent assembly. All right, we come and we look at this parent assembly, and we jump into its method. And so the key to our discussion here is our friend material sequence 10. So here I have this part number DSS 1010 set. It is not pull as assembly, and we'll remember that this part was a stocked part, not non-stock part. We will then move down the road to our make direct material, and we come here, and now we look to our make direct material. And it has that 1010, DSS 1010 NS, all right? So it's pulled in as a non-pull as assembly. So remember we talked about this part is a non-stock part, and yet it's not flagged pull as assembly. That's because when I engineered this thing, I unchecked that manually. And you can see here, due to its mom icon, that it's showing up not as a sub-assembly, but just as a material. Then we get to its conversant here, DSS 1000 sub. And here, material sequence 10, you can see the icon has changed now to that sub-assembly icon, and that is because this non-stock part, I retained that pull as assembly flag that we had seen before in our Easter diagram. And finally, our phantom bomb version has the same part, except it has our phantom version. All right, and that phantom version is flagged as pull as assembly. All right, so now that we know all these settings and we flipped all these flags, just what happens now when we actually create some jobs? That's what we're going to work to answer next. All right, so let me start off with the job I created. I just used quick job entry to bang out some make to stock jobs. All right, so we have at the top level, we have a 2-operation routing, and we have a number of materials here, and we have material sequence 10 is coming in as a stocked material. And you know that a material is a stocked material because the make direct is not checked, nor is the purchase direct checked. So if you know that something is being supplied directly and not from stock, one of those direct flags needs to be checked. Now in our case, we're going to be looking at make direct because this is a manufacturing example. All right, so this is kind of our vanilla example. Material comes in, make to stock, all is well. Let us digress now and go to 2434. Now we're looking at our make direct material part that it has. All right, you can see here we have our color scheme has changed. We got kind of a little amber light on there now. And when we come and we look here, we see that this part, DSS 1010NS, is flagged as make direct. Okay, that's a big deal because let's go ahead and open this with our friend time phase. All right, and I took the liberty of running MRP so that we could see what happens to that job here. And you can see that here is our demand from the job. 2434 is demanding 10 components. It was a 1-to-1 quantity per, and the parent job was making 10 of these to stock. And this job component now, this component material, has a firm job created by MRP to go and create that. So I'm going to quickly jump into that and open another option of job entry. If this isn't something familiar to, hold the shift button down if you want to open 2 of the same forms. Lenny Marks taught me that back in the early 2000s, and I've loved them ever since. So if we come here now, we have this part here. We're making this non-stock part. We're making 10 of them. And we look at our demand link, we are making them now to the job. See, we're making this to the parent job 2434, supplying material sequence 10, which is, if we go back to our job, we'll remember it's 2434, material sequence 10. This make direct job now has a little job supplying it. Okay, so this is kind of that whole idea that supplying a job without stocking levels, without going through inventory, through the warehouse to get that part back out and such. This is one way of doing that. And we'll talk about the pluses and minuses here if I can keep myself moving. All right, so now we're talking about 2435, which is for DS 1000 sub. All right, and we come down, we try to find material sequence 10, and oh, sure enough, material sequence 10 is not there. The reason that it is that part, DSS 1010NS, jumped up as a subassembly now. So now this part, with all of its operations and all of its materials, now resides in that same job. So this job, we're making 2 parts. We're making a subassembly that will feed into the final assembly, even though this 1010NS part is the exact same part that we were supplying in our previous example with a make direct job. And our one last example is our friend, the Phantom. All right, so no subassemblies up in this example. Again, we're missing our material sequence 10. All right, but you'll notice we have a lot more materials on this job and many more operations. Remember, some of our original jobs had 2 operations. Now we have all of these component operations that came from that phantom material now jumped up into this parent top level. And now they're all going to be processed at the top level, as opposed to in a separate job or as a subassembly. All right, so those are our basic examples here. And I want to go through one little example here right away and see one little piece that's kind of an interesting kind of use case here. Let me go back to 34. All right, so 2434, you'll remember, is the job that had the subassembly. Now, let's say scheduling comes in and we discover, okay, we've already firmed this job up, so MRP is not managing anymore, but demand patterns change. We have to delete this job and hold off. Now we go, okay, so we tell our scheduler comes to delete this job, and now we get, ta-da, we get this extra little bit of information. Oh, okay, job has demand links to a firm job to this other MRP job. We can't go ahead and delete this job. Now we have to go and find all the children. And this will come up in some of my later slides here. One of the key considerations is how you want to manage changes. Do you live in a very nervous environment where you find yourself having to make significant changes to firm jobs after they've gone through the MRP creation process? If so, well, maybe this make direct flag might be kind of problematic. I had one customer who had basically all their component materials were done in a make direct mode, and it worked very well for them because it very clearly tied supply and demand. But managing changes, and they happen to be in a configurator heavy environment where a lot of their materials were, features and options changed a lot, created a lot of problems in that one front. All right, so let me quickly go back to my presentation here, see that I'm managing to fill the hours. All right, so let's go over our default behavior here briefly. So this is stocked material from the part master to the job. So this part, it's a stocked part. It comes down and it's not flagged as pull as assembly when we engineer it, or add it to its parent on the engineering workbench. And then when it comes time for that material to come, it comes in as a non-make direct material, as a stocked material. Now our non-stocked part, and when we go from part master to job, we have this part here, this NS part that's non-stock. We add it as a material. It by default flags to be pull as assembly. And then when we create our job for the parent item, we get ourselves assembly. We don't have that material sequence. That material sequence went away. So this is one of the override scenarios that we want to talk about, and we've seen this already in example. This is the make direct, right? So when you process a non-stock part as a job material, we go through that same flow. Part master is true, non-stock is true, but in the engineering workbench, we uncheck pull as assembly because we don't want to treat this as assembly, as sub-assembly. The key at the job mom is you end up with a make direct material. And here, this gets a little more complicated. I had one customer say that I must be billing them by the red line. In this case, we have this part 1010 NS. It comes in as a material. We uncheck the pull as assembly flag, but it's still non-stock. So Epicor looks at both places when getting details for that parent level item, and it says, okay, well, you're non-stock, but you're not an assembly. That means I must treat you as a make direct material. And now when it comes time to generate MRP demand, I'm going to generate MRP demand with a make to job demand link to supply. And our phantom, this is kind of a comparison diagram here. So we have a part that is a phantom. It comes in as pull as assembly. And this is interesting. When we went to version 10, up to 10, when you added a phantom as a material, it just came on as a material. And at some point in version 10, it started to explode right in your face when you added it. Sent all of us consultants for a little bit of a head check there, because that was kind of new and unexpected. But anyways, so this part is non-stock and it's a phantom bomb, right? So it comes into the method of manufacturing. And this phantom has its own routing and its own bill of materials. And when you get details for that parent level job, what you see, these operations jumped up into the finished good, the 0 level assemblies routing, and these materials jumped up in the bill of material for that finished good while the part itself disappeared. That is your classic phantom explosion. All right, so comparing those two jobs, non-stock versus phantom, we see we have a 2 operations scenario versus a 9 operation, and your materials you can see are similarly multiplied. So some general considerations here as we wind down. Couple of things to be considering. I gave you some considerations at the beginning. There's some sort of kind of elaborations on that. And one has to do with on-hand inventory. So is your intent with these components to hold parts in inventory in advance of actual demand? Do you have like raw material lead times or economies of scale or other considerations like that? If that drives you to hold those things on inventory, you don't want to react when actual demand comes, then you might want to look at these parts as stocked materials. Specificity and uniqueness. So how unique is this thing in question? Is it a repeatable product, or is this a one-off thing that you're not going to make very often? And I would say the general rule is the more unique the thing is, you treat it as a non-stock. Now, there are environments where things get so unique that they become parts on the fly, which is its own kind of 3-beer conversation. So I'll spare you that. One other consideration I like to think of is aggregation. And the question here is it your intent to aggregate supply of a given part across jobs? So if you're going to do something non-stock, what you need to understand is non-stock operations, whether you're talking at a sales order or at a job material, is kind of tunnel vision. It does not seek to aggregate supply without you manually intervening. There's some really cool things you could do to intervene and aggregate supply, like using the job manager to add combined demand links on one job, or using the job batching process to batch a bunch of smaller jobs into one job, which does a similar job demand link movement. But that takes some extra steps. If you like the idea of being able to run 200 of a part because you have a total demand of 200 across a time period, oh, that's great. That's where I was mentioning things like days of supply and such can help you. So stocked material, if you have stuff that's flagged as stocked, MRP is going to do that aggregation for you, and that means you'll have fewer jobs to supply components, and that can help you if you like those kind of big batch worlds. And every company's a little different in that area. So if aggregation is a big value to you, then you might want to stock these parts. Now, visibility is probably the other side of aggregation. The great thing about visibility, about make direct or sub-assemblies, what have you, there's a great visibility when you process them to what am I supplying, right? The demand links aren't now just to a generic warehouse. They are to a specific product, a specific order or job. And that's very helpful for a lot of companies. They like to have that visibility. I'd say you can probably do some similar things if you're running like the pegging process or what have you, to do some of that same thing in a stocked environment. So again, there's always some other alternatives that you can do. But if visibility is your fundamental key there, one of those things is non-stock. And one thing I wanted to note is, now, when you say the non-stock stock question, a lot of customers immediately think that if I flag it as stocked, oh, now it means I have to hold inventory, and I don't want this ERP project to puff up our inventory levels. But it's really important to understand that you can define a part as stocked without having to store any minimum inventory. And I see a lot of customers do that, where they react to actual demand, but they like some of those things that I've mentioned already with regard to aggregation and what have you, that they like to process a part as stocked, even though they're not going to have a minimum inventory level. So that's not something that you have to sign yourself up for if you're going to stock a part. All right, so general considerations here. Let's see, I'm running a little low on time, so I'll try to talk faster. Make direct versus sub-assembly, right? So when you're in non-stock, now what do I want to do if I want to make direct or if I want to process it as a sub-assembly? Now the Epicor mechanics, all right, a couple of basics. If it's flagged as a phantom, it needs to be flagged pull as assembly, or else it'll blow up in your face when you're engineering the thing. That might not be a problem to you. For some folks it is, because they like to have that engineering consistency. They want that indented bill of material to mirror the physical models that they've developed in their CAD system. If the part's non-stock, and the intent is to supply it through jobs, then you need to uncheck that pull as assembly flag. Now, if the part is non-stock, but you want to use it as a sub-assembly, you can leave that pull as assembly flag defaulted it as it comes. Now, there's one other additional consideration, and this has to do with configurability. Now, in my spare time, I'm a configurator consultant, and one of the challenges here is you cannot configure make direct materials without a whole bunch of custom code to create a make direct part. So if you're going down the non-stock route on a component part, and you're doing a component configured part on the fly, you're going to be going down the sub-assembly route. All right, the configure doesn't support the configuring of a make direct material. So that if you're in a configured environment, you might find yourself, your options already a little limited. One consideration here then has to do with that manufacturing environment. Now, if you're in a project manufacturing environment that's kind of really job traveler driven, what I've seen in general is that the sub-assembly route works better for those companies. You know, you can kind of define a manufacturing operation by, well, do you use the priority dispatch or do you use the job traveler as your key document to guide you? And that sort of can tell you right away where you're going. If you're more of a work queue or a priority dispatch driven environment, you might like that make direct process a little bit better, because now you're just worried about operation by operation and not worried about that overarching job so much. All right, and as I had noted before, make direct demand links can add some steps when you're modifying jobs. So that's always a consideration to make on the transactional level, as I had mentioned earlier. So some general considerations on the phantom bomb. So I always like this little mushroom cloud because I always think of the bomb, you know, bombs explode, phantom bomb. It seems just, you know, like all the planets aligned for that one. So if a part is stocked, it should not and cannot be flagged phantom bomb. Part must first be non-stock before you can flag it as a phantom. Now, you can get yourself into some DMT trouble there where those don't agree, and I would urge caution there. With a number of companies, the downstream, you can have stuff blow up on you for incomprehensible reasons if you don't have that carefully related when you're playing with DMT. But in terms of the relationship of the parent assembly to a component, I like to think about phantoms, and a lot of customers ask us now, when should I have something a phantom? All right, because I told you right at that beginning scenario, that case study, phantoms are creating all these problems. Now, I kind of use 3 dimensions. One is independence. So if part's made independently of its parent, okay, different place, different time. If you have it in another building, you're making it in a different campus, you shouldn't flag this thing as a phantom bomb. You should treat this thing as either a material or a sub-assembly so that you can manage and be accountable for producing that component part. Kind of the converse is dependence. Is this part something that's made right at the same time as the parent? Because sometimes you'll have things that engineering has defined as a sub-assembly. It'll have components and pieces and all those things, but truly, you only assemble this thing when you're screwing it onto the parent assembly. And I'll have an example here in the next slide. Those might be good cases to be a phantom bomb. And then kind of considering the above, I hear from the engineers a lot, there's a desire to have kind of phantom assemblies in the bomb structure so that you have good continuity between the engineering model and all of its levels and the parts itself and their levels. That makes them more maintainable from an engineering standpoint. So I've seen engineers make that case, and I see some logic there to try to keep those things consistent so that they're easier to maintain from a CAD model level. And given that Star Wars movies have concluded, I would say one of my final recommendations here is don't let your phantom assemblies become a phantom menace. Probably one of the worst of the Star Wars movies, but we won't go there. And ultimately, don't let the phantom bombs blow up in your face, because to our case study, they sure can. And I'm sorry, I'm just going to hog this session here. My mouth just has a certain amount of air that it needs to consume before I'm done. So in handling components, I got an example. I worked with a conveyor company, and they have these very complex, flexible conveying machines that we helped configure and process in Epicor. And they have a couple of really good examples of components on these things that they processed in different ways. So the first was a panel box. So the panel box, it was made in its own little panel box department. These things were sometimes standard, sometimes configured. All right, so what we chose there was we were always going to treat these things as pull as assembly, sub-assemblies. So they always came in, they would be related to a job. There was a lot of specificity there, so that kind of seemed logical. And they would go off and make theirs, and then they would transfer them across departments so they could be consumed at final electrical assembly. These were electrical conveyors. Another component they had were legs. Now legs, they had kind of two combinations. They had these high volume parts that they had a lot of them for some very popular models, and then they had a lot of low volume parts. And they decided to divide those up into high volume. They treated them as stocked parts. They made them ahead of time. Low volume, they only made them as needed, and they kept them as non-stock so that they always knew where those things needed to go, because that relationship helped them route it physically through the factory. And they had one other component, which was kind of like a panel, but much simpler, just a plain old button box. So it had some electrical components. It had a little sheet metal shell to it. But this thing was only manufactured when they literally would screw this to the parent conveyor. So it made perfect sense here to treat this button box as a phantom, because there was no value in making it separately, because it really was part of that electrical assembly option. So coming back to our original question, can a MOM structure impact a shop floor business culture? And my answer here, obviously, in my case would be yes, is that a MOM structure can give you guidance on what needs to be made and when. And guidance drives accountability. This guidance is especially good when you're in a feeder workshop, to say that these guys need to be feeding you so that you can do what you can do, because you can only be held accountable if all the materials and components are available for you to be successful. So it becomes really important that you're also allowing your feeder lines to be successful. Recommendation out of this quite often then is, when you lay out those MOMs, have a real good look at your factory floor, kind of like I did at the beginning there, and see what's that physical layout look like, what parts are processing through what areas, and try to understand how that might relate to your MOM. And when you get onto the shop, well, work to try to get your MES and your labor entry, your time entry, try to come up with methodologies that you're reporting time sufficiently that you can control that kind of accountability. If you backflush everything all the way down, well, you might have some hard times there being accountable, because backflushing kind of takes that away in favor of efficiency. And that's a balancing act that you need to have. And then on the reporting end, there are all kinds of things. Once you have those other settings set up, that you can start measuring using some metrics and start predicting, even getting more, per mark session, getting more predictive and analytic with how you treat the information that's flowing through your shop. So that's it for me. EstesGroup, we are your managed IT and Epicor partner, and I couldn't help but get that one in. But anyways, thank you very much for your time. And if you have any questions here, I would be more than interested to give a little bit of time here.
There are some questions. One came in, is job costing affected by these various methods of setting up MOMs?
Okay, yes and no. There's a great little flag at the company configurator called, what is it called? Enable manufacturing cost elements. Okay, and that really will define whether or not, when you issue say a job from a make direct, so that make direct, you complete that and you process a job issue to job transaction. If that enable cost elements is flagged, those cost components will come over as they did in that existing. So labor cost will come over to labor, and burden will come over to burden. Now, if you don't flag that, all those costs will come over just as, I believe, just as plain old material costs. So that is kind of actually, I think, the bigger factor in driving your costing. I would say, in general, the cost of these items, especially if you're rolling them according to the MOMs, should be the same.
All right, and one more. Do the tools you use in Epicor for planning and scheduling vary according to the setup of the parts?
Oh, okay, sure. So yeah, there's some interesting things there, and I've seen, again, companies use different tools to accomplish the same thing. So you got MRP can process a lot of your work and produce your jobs for you and get those in front of you. Some companies don't like to do that. Some do. We're working with a company right now where they could be creating jobs through MRP, but they'd rather have it go through the planning workbench and process everything through the planning workbench and let that be their kind of milestone for checking everything and doing all the things you need to do from a scheduling standpoint, maybe putting together paperwork or setting up tooling or what have you. In a more stocked environment, I see folks doing straight MRP processing and then using, say, job status maintenance as their key tool for handing off from supply to demand and getting stuff in front of the shop floor. The job manager, of course, is a tool that can be used in certain environments. So if you're more of a standard product, but a lot of make direct, you might find yourself wanting to use the job manager or the resource scheduling workbench to batch jobs and process some of that to try to gain some of those efficiencies. And then if you're in a configured environment, now this was another thing that at one point, MRP did not do very well with configured product. It does much better now. So more and more customers aren't using what we call the order job wizard, which allows a salesperson to generate jobs directly from a sales order, which is especially helpful specifically in make to order situations, which configured would be one of them. So I would say yes, in general, as you make those decisions, you want to be talking, having these conversations. I say a mom conversation is never a conversation with one team. You have manufacturing, you have scheduling, you have engineering, you even have sales involved probably to try to understand, okay, how do we want to concoct these things so that we can be optimal internally and external.
All right. And last question, how does plan as assembly, I need another cup of coffee. How does plan as assembly affect scheduling?
Oh boy, plan as assembly. There's a 3-beer conversation and I'm stone sober. So plan as assembly is kind of a blend between the stock model and the pull as assembly model, where pull as assembly will treat everything as a sub-assembly. Plan as assembly will look at your on-hand inventory and your available inventory and will calculate your number of sub-assemblies you'll be making, because it's assuming that you're going to plan it as assembly, but you might also have materials coming in, might be issuing sub-assemblies. So it's kind of I would say that, boy, how many of my customers have used plan as assembly? I can't think of one off the cuff just because it's a little more advanced. But we have seen some customers who have come back to us looking for optimizations. Actually, Mark and I worked on a customer to try to see if plan as assembly works out for them. I would say that's probably something you do after all the other options are insufficient. You see if that might give you something for your buck.
Okay. And we actually got one more, so I'll give us a little break after this, but do want to make sure we get these answered for you. If you have long downtimes between operations, how is that best handled when creating the MOM for the part?
Okay, yeah, this is Epicor's, another thing where Epicor, in my mind, falls a little short of some other systems is that you cannot define move and queue time by part. You have to define them by resource group. So if you have parts sometimes that have varying cure times or some other sort of time that something needs to sit between, you find yourself having challenges there. I would say that if you can, you use move and queue time. You define that on the resource group to define how much time something. So move time is how long does it take to leave this operation and get to the next one, because then Epicor on the operation will schedule a little move and queues in there. Queue is how much time beforehand does it sit before I get it. That's generally the best way of doing that. If you don't have that situation because you have very part specific, I've seen customers put in like backflushed queue operations at zero cost, some things like that. Not as clean, not a big fan of that, but I understand the reason why you might have to do that to try to give yourself a more accurate kind of lead time for a given part.
Awesome. All right, well, we will circle back and start back up at 2:05 Eastern, so everybody can still have a quick break, and then I'll introduce Joe, and I'll go ahead and throw up another poll.
All right, thank you so much, folks.
Thanks, Brad. All right. Hope everybody had a nice break. All right, our next session, just to review the poll really quickly. This does not want to let me do that. Okay. All right. So what version of Epicor do you use? We got Vantage 0, or using Vantage right now, that are in attendance. Epicor 904, 905, 3 of you. Epicor 10.1, 6 of you. And 20 of you are on 10.2. Awesome. Guess it would have helped if I shared those with you. Sorry about that. All right. So with that, I'll go ahead and reshare my screen. Thank you for your patience. All right. So next up, we have Joe Trent. He's going to be our final presenter before we do our roundtable. He has been with the EstesGroup for a number of years, and he works closely with the product configurator and the tools areas. He'll still be giving a presentation on using Epicor's embedded customization toolkit to handle custom pop-ups. So with that, I will stop sharing and give that over to you, Joe. Thanks.
Hello there. Today we're going to look at a couple of things in the customization area, just to give you an idea of different things you can do. Let me share my screen right quick. A couple of things, neither of them are really groundbreaking, I guess, but they're just an example of a couple of things that are possible. Sometimes you need something special to do a little project, so we're going to jump right into it. On our, we're going to look at a way to do a custom pop-up form. Sometimes you just need a thing, and several times I've been asked to I thought I was on the wrong presentation, sorry. In this one, several times I've wanted the ability to pop up a pop-up form to maybe enter a number of fields or do some other processing where I didn't want to go to another sheet. And there are several ways you can go about doing that. If we do use the standard tools, we can add a custom sheet somewhere on the form, add controls and processing to it, change focus from the original point to the new sheet, do some things, and when we get finished, we could change the focus back to the original sheet. That has some pros to it. We can set that up with a sheet wizard, and we can use standard Epicor controls on it. I'm going to stop my video because it's going to cover up part of the screen. The cons are that, you zoom all over the form. This form pops up, and that form pops up. There's no process control. There's no done button, and users can click on another tab or exit the form in the middle of what you're doing. Another way is to you can, and this is not a bad not a bad solution depending on what you want. You can add a group box to your sheet and add all your controls and processing, and then position it off the visible area. And so with some event, you can reposition it into the visible area using that statement you see there. And when you're done, you can pop it back off the screen. And the pros are, again, you set it up with a sheet wizard. It's standard, accepts all the Epicor controls, and it doesn't leave the current sheet. The con is there's not much process control. The done button is not enforced because you can switch to another sheet or the user can close the form. Another way is not quite standard, and this is what we're going to look at. We're going to wrap a new Windows form inside a dialog box. We'll show you what that looks like in a bit. The pros are it halts the other selections and processes until we finish the task or we cancel it. So the window pops up, you can't get out of it, you can't even close the form until you're finished with this process. And then we will either approve it or cancel it by a couple of buttons. Cons are the form is created on the fly in code. And since the form is temporary, controls can't be permanently attached. And we'll show you how we get around that, because we decided to work around the cons. My philosophy is never write anything from scratch if somebody has helpfully posted an example on the internet. And the second part of that is always share the good stuff so other people can benefit. The way we're going to get around as part of this is we're going to create a separate worksheet so the sheet wizards work. So we'll create a group box, we'll add controls and binding. We can make the sheet invisible to the user at some point if we want to. And at runtime, we're going to steal controls from the worksheet and put them onto the new form that we're going to build on the fly. And we're going to work on the ABC code maintenance form since it's very simple. And this is what you get with the standard. And this is what we're working toward. And this is a very simple example here. There are a lot of things you could do, more fields, different processes, put a grid on it, whatever you need to do inside this window. And we're going to get there by using the standard tools and also by adding some code. I'm going to go off of full screen mode here because we're going to do some actual coding. You'll see here I've got the developer mode on. And we're going to select customization. Well, you see I've got some things I've already done, but we're going to start with a brand new customization for this example. Open the customization. Everything pops up on the other monitor. All right. So the first thing we're going to do is create a new sheet to work with. So we'll go to the sheet wizard, add a custom sheet, attach it to the main panel, give it some kind of name. All right, so we have our new sheet called field work. Now here we're going to add several controls. Going into the toolbox, we will add a group box. And we'll give it a name because I don't like leaving those unnamed. We'll make it a little bigger. And we're going to add some controls. We'll add a label here, give it a name. Description. We're going to add a text box and link it up to a column. text. We're going to bind it to the ABC code just to see how that works. Attach it to the label. Give it a location. And this is important because this is how it's going to come out on any form. It's going to use this X and Y location and the binding, all of this. One more, just for giggles and grins. You'll see some more on these names in a bit. This one we're going to add a check box. I'm going to bind that. And attach it to a label. And a position. Okay, so we're all done here. We've added our new sheet. And as said earlier, when we get through, we can make this sheet invisible so the user won't see it. We've added our sheet, our group box, and the labels and controls, which have XY position within the group box. Okay. So got that part. Now we need an event to fire this thing. So back on our main sheet, going back to the toolbox again, and grab us a button. All right, and we're going to attach an event to this, but for it to be able to see it, we're going to have to save this and exit out. And reopen it. So the customization will see that text box. There's our new customization. All righty then. So we want to add an event that we can trigger with that button. And this might be a button, it might be a value of a drop-down box, check box, just some kind of event you can trap that will pop up this this form for whatever use you need it. This one's simple, we're just going to click on it. And then in this code, I'm going to paste in a method that we're going to be running shortly. Copy that, paste it in. And update that. All righty, so we have all our fields, we got our pop-up button, we've got our event in the customization. You'll notice if I check the syntax, of course, we don't have this value in here yet, but I'm going to copy and paste some things because we don't have all afternoon for me to type it in. Unless I get a special request. All right. When we click our button, it's going to run this code right here. It sets up our dialog box. We set a form height up here, and we call the pop-up form with these arguments. And you'll see here, we will see in a moment where we're going to have an OK button and a cancel button. So if we click on the OK button, then when it returns, we can run some code for whatever purpose you have here. If it's the cancel button, which is anything other than the OK, since there's only two choices, there's code here that will that you can execute in the event of a cancel. All right, let's get toward the good stuff. Here is where we create this dialog result form. We're calling it pop-up form, and we pass into it the form height, width, title text, all those kinds of things we set up in the previous method. Inside the dialog result box, you'll see we're creating a new Windows form. And that's all contained within the dialog result. So it'll pop up over the screen that's shown in the background. We set up a few controls like a prompt, continue prompt. We set up a couple of buttons. We pass in some information. We assign values to the buttons. There's the text. Here's the results. Here is just some XY positioning for those buttons so that they will show up toward the bottom of the box, no matter how big it is. More setup. And we get down to the good stuff here. We've created this new form that doesn't have any controls in it. It's just a blank form. Until here, we add all those controls. And these controls are the ones we just set up inside this box. But these are coming from our other sheet. And notice we don't have any positioning or binding or any of them other information that goes along. Probably had a drink. That goes along with those controls. So the dialog result fires, shows the dialog. We press a button and we return whatever the dialog result is right here. So if we press the OK, we do that. Otherwise, we do that. And so any controls that have been changed in the pop-up form that were contained or attached to a data view, all those values have already been set. If we're doing some kind of code stuff there, that's been taken care of. Easy peasy. All right, don't hear any objections. Just for making sure, we're going to close that and we're going to see what it looks like. We'll have to, of course, open it up again. There's our pop-up button. See our fields. Notice if we pop it up, this point, we don't have a record open, so the bindings are keeping those closed. Yep, I've been canceled. If you look back at this sheet, you see it's stolen the fields and put them on that form. And these will show up here the next time we open this form. All right, let's get a code. Now we pop it up. All right, you see it obeys the rules. This is a read-only field because it's that key field there. But we can change that one and see that it's automatically bound to the same data view columns. All right, so now we've been approved. Again, this could be any other event. You can key on anything here to pop that form up, depending on what you're needing to do. And this is a very simple customization, but you could use this for framework to do whatever project you've got in mind to sit within it. all those things are in the presentation there. And that's all of this one. I've got one more to go here in just a moment. But if you want a copy of all of these, the presentation, the customization, I will be happy to send it to you. Just you can send an email to this address right here, and I will send you a copy of all of it. And we promise not to harvest your email and send to a Nigerian prince or anything. All righty. All right. So the second part of this is another little hack that I've been asked to do a number of times. And we're going to use row rules on this one. I've had this a number of times where a customer has asked me to take something like, an order entry form or a customer form or, a number of things, and make certain fields read only for certain groups of users. And field level security, it's good, but it's a lot of work for something like this where you want to make everything read only but a few fields. So in this case, it was easier and more effective to go into the customization. And row rules are really what this was built, were made for this kind of situation where you set a condition, and depending on the condition, you affect the display in one way or another, whether you highlight the field or you disable it or some other action. In the last recently, I've had the same thing, and the customer had this requirement that for a certain group, certain users in a certain group, we would only have 3 fields in the whole supplier maintenance form that were editable. And it was this 3 right here. I believe that was for some SOX compliance, something like that. I didn't inquire too much because that's what they wanted. So I'll run you through what we did. First thing to do is go through the Epidata view list. This is in the customization. You can go look and see all of the Epidata views, and there are a lot more than this in there, but these were the ones that I found were used. And this vendor detail was the only data view that had these 3 fields. So I've got to treat it special. Well, the first thing I did was set up the security group purchasing. They wanted the purchasing group to go through and be able to change those 3 fields. And then I went and added that group to the user account. And a quick VAQ, because we're going to use this in the customization. Just a user file. The criteria is the current user ID. You get 1 record back. And the main thing we're looking for is the group list, and that purchasing is going to show up in there. When you go into the customization, to use the dynamic query adapter to access our BAQ that we just wrote, you need to go into the custom assembly reference manager and add this one right here, the dynamic query, DLL. And then in the customization, we go into the form event wizards and add a load event. And this will run when the form first loads, and it runs this method. And this may look familiar to a lot of folks. It's pretty standard. We're just using the dynamic query adapter to run our BAQ and get a result back. So it goes out, if the current user ID has this group attached to it, we're going to get this back, and we're going to set this variable purchasing group to true. And that just runs once at the first, when we first load, so it doesn't take up much resource. And in the code, there are a few little things we'll need to enter. This using statement, the dynamic query needs that. A few variables. This is our user groups list, a table we're going to be using, and the purchasing group. This is a variable that we're going to set to true if the user is in that group. And then we'll need to set up a reference to this data view because we're going to read through it. All righty. Now we're down to adding the row rule. This is what it looks like. It's under Wizards, Rule Wizard, New Row Rule. And we go find, we give it a description. Then we find the rule view that it goes with. And that's, earlier we looked at all the data views that were in this form. And this is the one those three fields belong to. So we select the view. We select a field. For our purposes, it doesn't really matter which one. And we're going to tell it the rule condition. You could say this if, if the customer num equals, or the vendor num in this case, equals something, do something. We're going to set our own condition up. Apply that. And then we set up a new file, a new rule action. We've got to set up at least one for this to work. And you see how this works. You select a field, and then you select if their condition is met, what happens. And in this case, we're going to use disabled. So if our condition is met, which is the user group, we're going to disable this field right here. And this is a result. Here's the row rule in action. We're setting up rule actions right here. This is what happens if our rule is met, a condition is met. And here's where the custom condition is in this little method. If we have set purchasing group to true, then we're going to fire the methods for this row. Right? But that's just one field. So we want to do all of them but three. So here's where the hack is. Here's the old code for this rule action. It sets up the rule actions array here, and then it applies how many ever we entered in the rule action. In this case, actually one. And this code's got a couple components. This loop runs through our data view, runs through the columns on the data view, and says if it's not equal to phone number, fax number, email address, or the vendor ID, which we have to leave open so you can enter that key, then we're going to count how many of those are. There's 192 fields in that data view, so we're going to count up to 189 in this case. And then we're going to run through the data view again, the columns in the data view. And we're going to set this array up to how many ever fields we counted, and then run through the columns again. And for each one that doesn't match these four values here, we're going to add a rule action. And this is the heart of the customization right here. We're going to add rule actions for every field that we want to, in this case, disable. And here's the key right here. We're going to set up in the vendor detail data view the column name that we'll get right here. and setting style disabled. And this could be highlight, it could be invisible. There are a number of available settings, but in this case, we're just going to turn them off. Not turn them off, we're going to prevent the user from changing anything. And when we get through and run it again, our 3 fields are editable: phone, fax, and email, and the supplier ID. And that's just what we want. If I run this for another, the user is another group that's not in purchasing, there's no change. All right, those other 7 data views we looked at, they're a lot easier to do because we don't want any of those editable. So we set a new row rule up here, or the vendor purchasing point data view. And again, we have a custom condition, but instead of a field, field action, we're going to apply our change to the whole row. So it makes all the columns in that row read only. And then we update that. This is what it looks like. This is a standard row rule, and we add in our custom condition. Again, there are a number of things you can set the fields to. And that's most of our presentation. Again, if you want all these customizations, please feel free to send me an email, and I will send you the presentation deck and the customization that goes along with it. With that, I'm going to stop sharing. Give you one more second to write that email down and take some questions if you have them.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Joe. I do have a couple of questions to start us out. Okay. You can do a lot of the same things in an embedded customization as you can using BPMs. What are some good rules of thumb for using BPMs versus embedded customization?
I would use BPMs where possible. They operate on the server. They're faster for one thing, and you may have heard of this thing called Kinetic. That's coming up real soon. Anything in your customization is not going to work in Kinetic. We'll be using these, the what they're calling the classic view for some time, but there are some things, you can't add a new control in a BPM, but if you can do it in a BPM, do it there.
Okay. When you have BPMs and an embedded customization of the same form, what's the best way to get BPMs to interact with embedded customizations so they don't step on each other?
So they don't step on each other. I need to know a situation on that one, but in general, if you can avoid putting it in the customization and you can put it in the BPM, I would do that. And coming up with Kinetic, starting in 10.2.500, we have functions, which are kind of in the middle somewhere, and those things will start to be more important. The customizations, I put the bare minimum there, but there are a lot of places where you can get around it.
Okay. And one that came in while I was asking the first few is all of this available on E10 Cloud? As we have found, manual C# entry is not allowed or falls over.
That's a different deal. And personally, we've got one of our compatriots here has done a lot of cloud work, and I have not. So I would defer. If you got a question on that, send it in, and we will get you an answer.
All right. And one more for you, Joe. What's the best way to query the database in an embedded customization? I've used, sorry, I'm not technical on this side, Git by ID in the past, but its performance is slow. I'm assuming you'll probably know what that is.
In a customization, I like to use BAQ most of the time, and there's an example of using the dynamic query adapter in that first customization. There are some other things you can use, the list lookup, or there's some other things. I found the BAQ is about as fast as anything, and it's pretty adaptable. You can go test the BAQ by itself. And again, there's a little code to use. You have to add the adapter reference and all in the customization. But there's an example of doing that in the presentation.
Okay. Awesome. All right. Well, it looks like we might have a few extra minutes for break. But what we can do is maybe if there are oh, never mind. All right. So will customizations prior to 10.2.500 not translate to the active homepage view?
I can't tell you that, but I can find out. Any of these things, if you want to send me a note, I will check it out.
Okay. Let's see. And any way to lock down the BAQ used in the customization so it isn't accidentally deleted by another user?
The BAQ itself, you have to have author rights to it, and a user that doesn't have enough security to override that, that's the only way I know it.
Okay.
Other than put in the description, do not delete.
All right. Well, any other questions? Going once, going twice. So what we can do, we've got a little bit of time left. What we'll do is we'll just continue to move forward, but take another 5-minute break real quick. But let's do this. Let's meet back here at let's make it a 7-minute break. Let's meet back here at 2:50 Eastern time. All right? And I'll put up a poll. All right, and we are back. I hope everybody had a nice break. I'm going to end the polling and share those results. Okay, what are the key Epicor issues that you were facing? Performance, 6 of you are facing those. Upgrades, 7. Managing customization, 12 of you. Implementing new functionality, 5. User training, 6. Reporting, 9 of you are running into those issues. Process definition, 3 of you. Keeping data clean, 7. It's always a clean as you go thing. Managing transactional load, 3 of you. So thank you for sharing those. Just lets us all to kind of know what's a trending issue that's sort of always going on, and what's maybe a little bit more rare. Let's see. So now we're going to do the round table. And let me just go ahead and make sure I've got this pulled up. All right. And we're all kind of going to be sharing our video, so this will be a little bit more of a real round table. As real as it can get during the virus, right? There we go. All right, and so I know we had one question come in, and now that I'm thinking about it, I'm probably not going to be able to view that and also share this, so my apologies. Let me stop sharing and we'll just go ahead and I'll kind of hang out this way, and the slides have been presented, and I'll go ahead and pull up the first question, I think, if that's how we want to do it. So yes, I'm going to go ahead and pull up. Okay, when using a BAQ in a customization to aid in preventing deletion, I like to build a dashboard whose sole purpose is to trigger the in-use flag on the BAQ. That way, when someone loads the BAQ in the editor, they see that flag and think twice before deleting. The dashboard turns into a collection of BAQs that are never run as a dashboard.
Oh, that's kind of like
I think it's more of a
more of an answer. That sounds very clever.
Yeah.
Had not thought about that when that question came through, but yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Joe, any thoughts there?
Nope.
You're making me turn off my AC, Brett.
Oh, sorry, Joe.
That's okay. No, I had not thought of that. That sounds like a good deal. I don't know of a way to lock that BAQ where it's not deletable.
Yeah, I imagine you could have a routine that looks through the XML of the customization code, but I imagine manipulating that might get kind of ducky and just time consuming to loop through all that.
Other than in the descriptions, you can put in used in this customization, so the person can go look it up.
I've seen shock collars used with some effectiveness.
Yeah.
All right, and we do have a couple more. So I've gotten a lot of different feedback regarding the number of warehouses to set up in Epicor. Any recommendations on this?
Say that again, that's warehouse setup?
So I've gotten a lot of different feedback regarding the number of warehouses to set up in Epicor. Do you have any recommendations on this?
Okay. Well, I'll let Diane chime in at some intelligent point. I've had, even in consultants, I've had some consultants who are like very adamant about like bare minimum number of warehouses. And I'm assuming the fellow that I'm thinking of anyways, got burned with some earlier implementations where transactional load or something killed them. Maybe it was a back flushing issue or something. Boy, I would say myself, we had one situation with one project where they wanted a lot of warehouses to be able to see where everything was at every time. And that requires a lot of maintenance and oversight. If you have to be really careful with like material movements, things like move queues, material queues and such. You want to really be tight there if you're going to have that. I tend to side now as I get older and wiser that you want to keep those to a minimum. And it makes some of those things, especially like in a back flushing context, a little easier because there's some nastiness that can come from there. But I'll defer to Diane here.
I have to agree with you, Brad, on that. Keep it to a minimum. A lot of times what I see are customers who will set up warehouses where they could actually just be a bin, an additional bin instead of a warehouse. But all there's pros and cons, obviously, but there's probably more cons. Now, if you're barcode scanning and using handhelds, you could certainly develop good processes and procedures that would support that and those inventory movements. But as you pointed out, back flushing becomes an issue, especially if you have parts in more than one location. And if you're not barcode scanning or using handhelds, it's just more transactions that have to be done manually in the system, which in a lot of cases will cause inventory discrepancies.
Thank you, Diane. Any other input on that? We got more questions rolling in. So if not, I will move to the next. All right. What is the best way to move WIP from the final operation to a staging bin without doing a job receipt?
Move WIP from MES. I don't know if you need advanced material management, but I believe that you can use the Move WIP button in MES to get that to go where you want.
There's also on the final operation, you can indicate, and there's a checkbox on the final operation that you can check and mark that. There's also a checkbox to automatically move the job to stock.
Oh, auto receive.
Auto inventory.
Right. Are we in a situation where they don't want it in inventory yet, or they don't want to have to bother with the transaction? Sorry, I guess that's
From the question, it sounds like they want it out of WIP. So staging, in my mind, could be a location. But again, it's going to look at the primary location on the part to do the auto receipt.
That's where it's going to want to stick it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So you'd almost, yes, you're in a situation where you'd almost need to set up your primary bin as the staging area, even though primary doesn't really mean that it's going to, this is where the part normally resides. It's just, this is primary means this is where we want it to go most often.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, so, no, a good question. I'm not sure exactly what they want there. One thing that in general is the Move WIP functionality in MES is something that most customers don't use. And it's kind of clever, kind of clunky too sometimes, but for some instances where you want to keep stuff in WIP for whatever reason before it's done processing, but you want location control. I think that's kind of a fun way to put in a little bit of inventory level location control in with stuff that's still in a job. My sermon on
and that's where the input. That's where the in and out warehouse and bin location on the resource group comes into play, where you could take advantage of that as it's moving through production.
Right, and the whole auto move thing, that's the other piece there, because if you're auto moving, then it's going to move from location to location with you, and it's not going to ask you to specify. That's the only time that I find people actually using the Move WIP, because if you have request move checked, then the material queues setting that up for you. But if you have an ad hoc need and you don't want to, probably I'd say if you're looking to get it in WIP but into a different location, you'd request move on the completion of the operation. I think here. Can you do that? I don't have the screen in front of me.
But just to clarify, you need AMM for that, for the material queue, to be able to utilize that.
All right. And the next question, assuming they're on E10 Cloud. Do you know of any add-ons or alternatives to the configurator to make it usable to use seasoned C# developers? The configurator environment is just restricting and unstable, i.e. it white screens regularly.
All right, so recommended options that would work in a, okay, so if you're thinking cloud, you'd need it to be working with REST. We have a customer who used a pretty cool, it was called KB Max. It's kind of an engineering heavy kind of CAD based configurator. So I don't know what kind of configuration you're using, but that worked in this instance, and it was, I don't remember what kind of tunnel, Daryl, you set up to support that, but once the connection back to the app server was set up between, because KB Max was a third-party web-enabled product that needed to get back to the user's app server. But once that tunnel was figured out, it was working all with REST services. So, and KB Max had a really clever little interface for connecting to REST, you know, because REST is just a couple of basic commands. So if you get your data right and you get your commands right, it you know, it was a low programming environment, which isn't really answering the question you had. Jim had also worked with a customer who had used an Infor configuration platform and front-ended it to Epicor. I don't know a lot about it, but for whatever reason, they liked what Infor had for configuration instead of Epicor. General products out there that are C# based, I don't think I have much more outside of that. Joe, you run into anything?
No, I'm afraid I haven't.
All right. Thanks for sending in these questions, guys. All right, another question for your configurator people. Have you seen people automatically get detail upon save of the configurator in a quote? How have they done that? Do they always automatically delete and get new details?
Boy, Joe, we worked on a project that did it all in BPMs. I think that did something very similar to that, did we not? Our friends in southern Minnesota, I want to say. I would say that is in principle. So the idea is, yeah, pain in the butt in quoting is you have to launch the configurator, and it asks you a bunch of questions about whether or not you want to really do this, because you're getting details, and the get details with configurator is not always perfectly matched. But there's some stuff you can do to delete the method inside of a BPM. We had done that with one customer that needed some of that kind of back-end automating, so that I think we might have done it with like a UD field and a data directive that kicked off the routine. You know, you need some nice hook. And I think that's what we ended up, that was kind of our workaround, is when you finish that configuration, it comes back, document rule maybe that writes to the field on the data directive, and then the data directive goes off and whoop, 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 and does some stuff. I think that's what we had seen done in the past. But you should know better than me, Joe.
I believe we did that in a data directive. That's kind of in the murky past, but you need, you know, some flag that you can catch. Maybe we set a context variable.
Oh,
Context variable. I can't recall it actually, but you got to leave yourself a little cookie trail.
Mm-hmm. That's really the hardest thing with configurator, is it doesn't leave a lot of trails. It's like it almost runs asynchronously. So it doesn't give you the nice same kind of levels of hooks that you'd get. You know, actually, that earlier question about BPMs and customizations, you mentioned call context. That's probably one thing that if you're working, I'm sorry, I'm going off on a tangent, but we have time. And that's when you want BPMs and customizations to play nicely together. They share the call context data set. So you can set it in one and receive it in the other. So if you're trying to do stuff, then you don't want to do stuff until something else is done and you're trying to orchestrate that. That's probably where you want to play with the call context. But that's an entirely tangential statement to what we're talking about here. But yeah, so yeah, I think data directive on the configurator is, if you want to fire off get details, that would be probably your best way.
And sort of to branch off of that original question, the same attendee commented that he noticed When writing a C# code in a configurator in E10.2500, I'm seeing a long pause after writing a period dot.
The IntelliSense is yes, that is a bug. I had
Do you know how
yeah.
to avoid that pause?
Write your code in Notepad++ is really the best place to do it. Notepad++, one of those cute little editing tools that can give you kind of formatted or semi-formatted code, and then you paste into it. Anybody who came from 905 and remembers those god-awful development environments that they had, found yourself playing in another code editor. So I tend to even still want to jump into Notepad++. It just seems cleaner. I don't know when that period IntelliSense bug is going away. I know that talking with like Tim Schumacher and Bob Bruner, they've both reported it and it's been acknowledged, I believe, as a bug. I don't know what the SCR number or what have you is to it, but yeah, I tend to like to jump out to Notepad++ and do my coding there.
All right, thanks. So let me pull up another question. All right. Can someone help me understand the difference, the different time entry options, backflush, quantity only, etc., and give some recommendations on when to use them?
Them's fighting words. Oh boy. Diane, I'm going to let you take that one. You're smarter than me on that by a good degree.
Okay, so so backflush will backflush both time and labor and quantities, okay? There's time and quantity, and there's quantity only. There's a bunch of different options, but essentially it really depends. The question really is, do you want to clock in and out of your operations? And are you backflushing materials? Those are the things that will drive which option that you're going to choose. A lot of companies use the backflushing, but you have to understand too what the effects are, what the cause and effect is. If you're backflushing, labor, of course, you're not going to get actual. You're not going to get actuals. It's always going to just use the estimates that are set on the resource groups and on the production standards. It'll calculate the estimates. You still have to report on the operation, right? At the final operation, you can't backflush a final operation. You still have to report a quantity, which will then backflush all the prior operations. Yeah, so there's different options, but it really depends on whether you want to clock in and out and if you're going to backflush materials. There's pros and cons to all of it, and I have a document that kind of lays that out nicely. I can forward to the proper party.
Yeah, I worked recently with one customer, and they fought against actual time entry pretty hard, even though they knew that their timings were very inaccurate. So that when I see customers, a lot of it is amount of time it takes to get the data in relative to the amount of value they get to have that data. I had one customer about 3 or 4 years ago. They had their times were always on because in their old system everything was backflush, so they never had any variance. And they decided to do time entry in Epicor, and their times were exponentially up and down. And the realization of that was some good data, because their costing models, they were in a cost plus kind of environment, but they didn't have accurate costs. So not knowing what you're really getting out of it makes it really hard to say, yeah, this is a winning product for us versus this is a stinker.
Yeah, I can add to that too, Brad. If you have it, let's say you have an operation that is a punch press operation, you can pretty much develop production standards based on that operation that are pretty consistent. And you can backflush because they're not going to vary too much in kind of that environment. When you have an operation, let's say welding, take welding for example, where it's very labor intensive, you might want to capture actual time, because it could vary from welder to welder or shop employee to shop employee. And that might be something that you want to capture to review that against your estimates. That's another example. I had a customer recently who they wanted to back flush materials, but think about, they don't have a lot of materials on their methods and they have to pull from stock anyway, and they're already using handheld. So the suggestion was made, well, just issue at that time, because you're already taking it out of stock. So then you can just kill two birds and issue at the same time to the job. No need for back flushing. So, and you can have, you can back flush, like I said, certain operations, and you can report time and quantity on certain operations. It doesn't have to be the same all the way through.
I was muted. Thanks, Diane. I had another question come in. Is there an easy method or some documentation to generate a BAQ to query configurator lookup files? It seems to involve a lot of joins and subqueries to do something that looks very simple.
Yeah, so here's the fun stuff. This is one of those transitions from 905 to 10 that was a real joy. I don't. They wanted to make it more performance savvy in 10. So when in 9, every input had its own little record. PC con data, PC inputs. I forget what the table was. But that became real fat and from a performance standpoint, because whenever you reconfigured, you had to whack all the old records and create the new ones. So what they did in 10 was they created it in XML, and they have kind of a parent-child table. I have documented it once upon a time. I'll make a note to send that out. What we did with one customer that wanted a configurator query is the tables, this is what's fun, is those tables, there's 2 or 3 of them that are not visible to the normal BAQ tool. So it's not easy to get at. What you do there is you get an external BAQ. So you treat your own database as an external database. You do the setup there, and then you create an external query that can find those tables. So an external table can see what an internal query can't for some reason. And then there's a pretty straightforward relationship, because that table, the first one is either always related to like a PO or a sales order or a quote, and it's one single table, and it just has like a field that defines the type of relationship that it has. And then after that, you can cascade down. Ultimately, once you get to the XML, you got to do some fancy footwork, because that can be a mess. I'm not sure how we solved that, if we just looped through the XML objects and flatten them out. I think we might have done something like that, but I think that's really where you'd probably want to go. I'll make a note to publish that relationship of how all those pieces fit together.
Okay, awesome.
Good question.
We had another question come in. Is there a way to track a serial number or lot number while also using backflush, some sort of workaround?
No, you cannot backflush serial track parts.
We had a customer, or this was actually when I was still a customer, one of our divisions wanted to have lot tracking, but they also wanted to be able to backflush from lots. So we ended up not lot tracking, we did what was called lot tracing, which was a custom functionality, right? You throw on an extra UD field and some business logic to say that this stuff belongs to that. So basically you're stuck kind of customizing the functionality on top of Epicor and running away from, serial and lot tracking standard will be pretty restrictive, and I haven't seen anybody successfully circumnavigate that and use it without those issues. Really, I guess you could do a BPM to process the material issue after you've completed something, like a backflush. I've never thought about to do that, but Joe, that seems in principle doable, right? I mean, you'd need to have a lot of logic about partial completions and taking out completions, backing out. But if you complete an operation, that labor detail record would be the necessary hook to trigger something to go out and issue the materials related to that operation in principle. And then if you use just standard issue material, you could also, you need to know the lot. That's really the challenge, is how do you figure out what that lot is? But if you have some logical thing that you could find that, oh yeah, I'm going to issue it from this lot. That's really why you can't backflush, because if you have two different lots, what is it issuing from? And that's where Epicor kind of throws its hands up and say, you got to figure that out. But Joe, you think that sounds feasible? I'm not going to hold you to an estimate.
Sure, it sounds like a lot of billable hours to me.
Buyer beware. Okay.
I think you could build logic around the lot scenario, but I think the question was, can you backflush serial tracked parts? And that, in my mind, would be harder to build logic around that, because obviously a part is unique to one serial number, and how would you know which
serialized part you're issuing, right?
Exactly. But I think the lot scenario could be done with some logic.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. Excuse me. Okay, so I'm sorry if you might have already gone over this in some form or fashion. It says, can someone help me understand how material backflushing works? Might have already kind of been covered.
There's kind of a devil's hierarchy that it goes through to do that. What does it look for first, Diane? The bin on the part, and the warehouse on the resource group plan. So it's like a 5-step hierarchy. The one thing is it won't divide across areas, so it'll find the first location that has material, and it'll issue it out of that regardless if that amount is sufficient to satisfy it, and it'll drive a lot of negatives. That's the weird part. When you meet a new customer and you tell them, oh yeah, you check this flag on the part class to not let inventory go negative, and then inventory starts going negative, and you have to explain why backflushing doesn't listen. That gets to be.
Well, and the pros and cons, again, the downside of backflushing is that it's not just in time. So if you let's say you're pulling material, let's say it takes a day to pull material for a large job, and you're pulling material out of inventory, and you're not consuming it for a couple days because that operation isn't going to be reported on for a couple days, or backflush, because that's ultimately when inventory is going to be relieved. So there's a gap there, and there's a lag time. And so oftentimes customers that are doing cycle counting, their inventory is going to be off, because it's not going to relieve inventory until the operation is complete.
All right.
Yeah, I would agree with that. That backflushing really is intended for non-negligible cost type parts, bolts, nuts, things you don't really want to count every one of them, and a lot of times they're expensive when you purchase them, so you're really not tracking their cost to the job anyway. Stepping back to the serialization, ways around it could depend on when you want to do your serial tracking. Like if you would not turn on lower level serial tracking, or tell it not to record serial numbers on inventory move, you could then do some things with serialized parts. And later, if you have a higher level serial tracking or outbound, then it would ping you and say, hey, this is a serial track part. You need to now record a serial number for it. So might be able to do some things like that too with your serial number setup, how you process serial numbers.
Anything else to add to that one before we move to the next question? Nope. All right, new question. We have a racked warehouse, 5 racks high and 3 bays deep. We want to do a cycle count, but ideally for ease of use, using forklifts on one of the levels as opposed to having to go up and down on the racking. Is there any better way to set this up other than defining a warehouse to be all the locations on a level and then doing a full take on the warehouse? And I will repeat the last part. Is there any better way to set this up other than defining a warehouse to be all the locations on a level and then doing a full take on the warehouse?
I understand the question.
We want to do a cycle count. So we have a racked warehouse, 5 racks high and 3 bays deep. We want to do a cycle count, but ideally for ease of use, using forklifts on one of the levels as opposed to having to go up and down the racking. Is there any better way to set this up other than defining a warehouse to be all locations on a level and then doing a full take on the warehouse? I thought these hand movements might help a little bit. Maybe
Diane,
not.
if you look at the Q&A, the questions there in the Q&A, Diane, if you hit the Q&A button, you should be able to read it. I'm not,
Okay.
well, I'm dumber than soup when it comes to cycle counting. So yeah, this is.
And I understand cycle counting and bays. As far as levels, not sure what they mean by levels. Not sure I understand the question, you guys. I could interpret that different ways. For example, if they, you know, when you create a cycle count, you can choose and filter by a specific warehouse. So I'm not sure if that's what they're alluding, is to create a separate warehouse based on the levels, so they don't have to go up and down the forklift.
Yeah, what it looks like, I've seen some places where their stacks are their holes. You can stack them in multiple horizontally. You can kind of keep pushing it back, and you'll have like multiple tiers that go back, like bins within bins, almost like the stacks in a library where they're just all stacked into each other. I'm assuming it's one of those situations, and they'd want to go through and pull all of those out and cycle them all at the same time.
Did you see the additional comment? It says a standard cycle can take any rack location on the top bay, bottom bay, etc. So you're having to go up to a height or a level for each item.
So they want to cycle count a level, right? That's how, does everyone understand that the same way? They don't want to go up and down. They want to, so yeah.
Yeah, they want to cycle
to
count
unmute
all
Dave.
the top level at the same time, rather than go up and down. So like a separate warehouse, that's what you're thinking. You put those cycle counts into a separate warehouse, and you would do all those at one time. It wouldn't commingle them with all the other cycle counts and the other two levels.
So having a separate warehouse is one option. Can't you also filter by product group or part class? I'd have to look into that. I haven't did that for a while. I know there's other ways to filter.
Yeah, not sure there on my end.
Did you guys, I think we have the capability to unmute the attendee that has the question if we wanted to, you know, pull that in for a quick discussion.
Sure, if they're up for the game.
Right. If they are, not to put them on the spot. Let's see. Me. Go find Dave. Here we go. Oh.
Hi, Dave.
Oh, perfect.
Hi. Yeah, the question was, it's just for efficiency purposes, really. Quite right. We've got racking, which is, well, 4 or 5 bays high and 3 deep. And the product, well, the finished products can actually be located in any one of those bays at any height and at any depth. What we're trying to do is get a really efficient method of doing a cycle stock check, which would involve maybe getting, let's say we actually say at one stage, right, we'll cycle count or everything on level 1, which is at ground level. And then, or if it's level 2 or level 3, the forklift truck driver would actually just get somebody in a cage, winch them up to level 2, and they just go along all the bays in the physical warehouse. Now, the only way we could think of doing that was to actually say, right, okay, make each level, each level of the racking an independent warehouse, like a virtual warehouse. And then we can do a cycle check on that, and just pick random items on the one level.
I think it makes sense, but oftentimes when you're trying to solve one problem, you're opening up a can of worms and creating other problems, because again, in theory, you would have to create a lot of different warehouses, which would in turn generate more material transactions. Are you back flushing?
We're back flushing during the manufacturing process, but basically the final products are actually coming out and they're being scanned with QR codes and actually sent to physical locations so we know where they are.
So is it just the finished goods that you have this?
Correct.
Just
finished.
Okay, so raw materials is on it. Okay. Yeah, so in that case, if it's just the top level part, finished good, I think that would work. And then that would become their primary warehouse.
Correct.
That at the park.
Yes. Yeah. Thanks, guys. It's been a really informative session. Very much appreciative for it. And we'll definitely get back to you all.
Very good. Well, good. Like the feedback. If this has been valuable, we'll make sure to do it again.
Thank you for your questions, Dave. All right, I have a couple more. So any recommendations in Epicor to save server disk space?
Who could answer that one? Let's give that to you.
I'll take that one.
On that, I'm going to pass.
So server disk space, this is an E10, I'm assuming, because that's what most of you are running. So on the server, I have found that if it's just E10 installed, then first off, it depends on how many applications you're running. Every environment, right? Production, test, pilot, and training. All of those take about 3 or 4 gigs each. So there's a couple of things you can do. And it's a trade-off between disk space and potentially performance. So if you don't have at least 60 gigs free on that drive that you're installing Epicor on, chances are you're going to run into, and it's an operating system, volume to it's your C drive, you're going to run into trouble down the road with Windows updates, because Windows updates always start adding onto the C drive. So my first recommendation is split Epicor off onto another volume. Second recommendation is if we run Epicor as a virtual server, it becomes a trivial event to add disk space to a virtual server. However, those two things aside, if you're trying to save disk space, I have used NTFS compression and squished the files. I try not to squish the web files, the stuff in inetpub, because that's what actually is used all the time by Epicor. But you can squish the C:" Epicor folder, and there's also some IIS log files that get generated. So if you're not managing your IIS log files, they will grow until they fill your disk. So make sure to check on those. There's an awesome program that is called Tree Size Free, which is free, hence the name. And you can use this tool to be able to do a real-time inspection of your disk to find out where your disk space is going. So in short, with Epicor, you can use NTFS compression judiciously. You can make sure your IIS log files are being purged. And then last but not least, to just make sure disk space is expandable, because after all, it's a Windows product, and Windows does get bigger as time goes on. Hopefully that answers your question. Oh, and run as few applications, right? Every Epicor application you run on that server is going to chew up another couple of gigs of disk space. So if you're not using the application, get rid of it. Likewise, if you've been upgrading Epicor and you've got old versions of Epicor, even though they're not deployed anymore, they're still sitting around your C drive. So go to Add Remove Programs and remove the patch. You know, if you had 10.1500 installed, but you're now on 10.2, go to 10.1500.latest and uninstall that, then uninstall 10.1500, and you can uninstall those stacks, and that'll free up disk space as well.
Daryl, I got a quick follow-up for you. That the talk of log files, I got a customer, actually a couple of customers, where something like running MRP, it creates a big log file. but an MRP run can be hours. So if MRP blows up, they want to be able to have that log file. What have you found to be the best way to handle that situation where we say a log file that's more than a week old we can throw away, but we want to keep generating them? What have you found to be the best way of allowing the log file to get generated without filling up the server with junk?
Right, so there's two things there. One, your log file directory ought to be flagged as compressible, NTFS compression, because log files are big text files and they compress really well. So if you mark it as compressed, that'll use up less disk space. The second tool that you'll use is a program built into Windows called ForFiles, F-O-R-F-I-L-E-S. And ForFiles is an awesome utility. It's scriptable. And basically what it says is like this in English. I run a task nightly or weekly, and I say, in this directory, for all files that are older than a week, delete them. And ForFiles is a great way to manage all types of log files, IIS included.
Cool.
All right. I actually got a question, sort of piggyback. Okay, once again, E10 Cloud. We run with about 17 TB, yes TB, not GB, of scan documentation on our legacy system on premise using SQL 2016 with a home written document management system. We are going about to export this data onto Docstar. We are wondering if there's a performance hit for this amount of document storage, all JPs or PDF files.
So Docstar, if I recall, keeps its files not in a SQL database, but in a file system with simply pointers to that file system. Is that correct? If anybody can argue with me?
It does a couple of different things. It can do a pointer to a location. It can do a SharePoint library, and it can actually just regenerate the file and store it. And when it stores it, I'm not sure if it's storing it in SharePoint or somewhere else. And these, I'm assuming these are attachments. I'm guessing that these would be attached to records. So the question is, will attachments, guys, have you ever seen attachments slow down anything in general? Yes, I don't remember that being the case.
Right. So the key question there is with the documentation on the file system, then Docstar is going to simply point to that. So your 17 terabytes of documents, you're still going to live on a file server somewhere. I would not recommend bloating a SQL database with all of its transactional overhead, actually storing documents. But Docstar stores pointers, not the actual document itself. So therefore, there's not going to be a performance hit for that type of storage short of your file server. So make sure your file server is properly defragged. Make sure that your antivirus isn't killing your file server performance. I've seen a lot of AV tools wreak havoc on improperly configured AV tools wreak havoc on a file server. And just best practices in SQL in general. Make sure you have a SQL DBA, give your database a look over. Epicor database to look over to make sure that it's not improperly tweaked. But there shouldn't be an issue with 17 terabytes of document storage. A 17 terabyte Epicor database, that would be a different issue.
All right, thank you much. All right, any recommendations relating to Epicor SQL transaction log maintenance?
Sure. The first question is, what do you need your recoverability to be? If you need to recover to a point in time, that is not just my last backup that I did at 10 o'clock, but I need to restore to 1 o'clock in the afternoon just before that person deleted all the invoices or executed some bad transaction. So if you need point in time recovery, then you need the transaction log. If you need the transaction log, then you need to manage the transaction log. Because unmanaged, a transaction log will just grow until it fills your disk. So management usually consists of regular transaction log backups that's separate than database backups. And just monitoring your disk space utilization. Eventually, a transaction log for a given database in a given scenario will come to a stasis. In other words, we grow by a gigabyte a day until we do a transaction log backup, and then that transaction log shrinks down. So depending on your particular environment and churn and transactions and things like that, a transaction log is a rough size. Being able to see what specifically is going on with that transaction log it requires a little bit of SQL DBA. Happy to do that on an hourly basis. I'm happy to do that on a proactive monthly basis also. We have a lot of clients that are not SQL DBAs and frankly don't need to be one. And so one of the things that EstesGroup does is have a managed service where we look after not only your SQL databases, but also your Epicor stuff from an infrastructure standpoint, just to make sure things are running smooth and your transaction logs are getting purged and your IIS is becoming a problem. And in general, that the servers are responding as it should. Turns it more into an appliance than a babysitting tool, if you will.
Yeah, I'd like to add, in terms of data snapshots, one of the things with Analogyx BI that we're actually doing more and more that customers are asking about is because we're taking snapshots of their data at points in time, we actually now are actually saving snapshots. Customers may say, hey, we want to save a weekly snapshot, or so we're keeping that data as a snapshot in case they do need to go back and look at data. But many of them also want to back and see data in time. So then we use that snapshot as a data source. So in their current analytics, they actually can go back to a previous database that we took a snapshot of last month, a year ago, and pull that data in for analysis too if they're looking for a moment in time. So we also are, in addition, it's a pretty easy, low-cost way to get data snapshots.
Thank you much. We had another question roll in after that. E10 Cloud again, and maybe that we reevaluate this to on-premise after this meeting. We run Veeam, or I might be saying that wrong.
That's right.
Okay,
Veeam.
yes, nailed it. For backups, not hard to, but thanks. For backups at present with SQL 2016, does on-premise Epicor sit well with Veeam?
Absolutely. As long as you tell Veeam that you have a SQL server and you should be backing up and truncating SQL transaction logs, Veeam works great. Not a problem. In fact, it's a great recovery tool. It's one of those ways to get your RTO and RPO down pretty low without spending an arm and a leg.
Daryl, do we use Veeam on our hosted platform for the customers that we host, or do we use something different?
We do not. Just for those that are interested, we use Acronis for our backup software. It is also SQL aware. It's very similar in tool set, Veeam and Acronis. But we are familiar with Veeam. I can support it. And for you, those of you that have 10 hosts or less, on premise, Veeam has a free tool set that you can use to do backups and restores, obviously.
And real quick, this is another Daryl question, and then we've got a few other, more non-technical questions. Any recommendations for how often or if you should periodically bounce your app server?
Bouncing it meaning rebooting probably the entire server, or rebooting the application pool, or recycling as the application pool as they tell you. Sure. A properly running server should not need to be rebooted. Now let me qualify that. A properly running server is one that doesn't have memory leaks, doesn't have code that goes astray and doesn't clean up after itself. And as a result, once an Epicor server is running smoothly, it again reaches stasis as it relates to memory, CPU, disk, network utilization, and average. So in general, no, I don't reboot my app servers. The only time I've had to reboot my app servers is when I have some custom code that isn't working right. And it runs great for a couple of days, and then you watch memory usage climb, and eventually memory usage climbs to the point where it runs out of memory, and either IIS will recycle itself, and you'll see memory drop significantly, and then it grows again over a couple of days, and that's a significant how you detect a memory leak. But typically, you're not going to have to reboot your servers on a regular basis. On the flip side, you will reboot your servers on a regular basis because Windows releases these silly things called Windows updates, and is keeping part of your server, a part of keeping your server secure. You're going to apply Windows updates, usually on a maintenance window. And for Windows updates, you should plan for a reboot. Even if you don't have to reboot on a Windows update, it's always a good idea just to flush out those pending Windows updates. There's nothing worse than restoring a server from last night's backup. And as the restored server boots up, it goes, hold on, I'm going to install about an hour's worth of updates because you didn't do that when you had time, adding an hour to your recovery time objective, simply because you didn't do regular reboots to catch those Windows updates. But with Windows updates aside, no, there's no reason you should have to reboot your app servers.
All right.
Unless you're on Epicor 9.
Yeah, I was thinking back in the 905 days, that wasn't even a question. Epicor just gave us so many opportunities to reboot. It just was.
We all became experts on rebooting, yes.
This is true. I'll grant you that.
Another
And
question.
Daryl, we woke up to that this morning, didn't we?
You know, Epicor 9 was, well, there's a reason that only, 3 of our attendees are still on E9. And here's another reason to move to E10.
So one of our attendees, does your hosted offering allow us to do all the things we were finding difficult or impossible to do using the Epicor Cloud? For instance, the customization shown earlier.
Brad, you want to take that or do you want me?
Yeah, I'll speak from the application side. From the application side, the nice thing about application hosting is like it's on-premise but in the cloud, which sounds like an oxymoron, but it's good because it allows you all the things you do on-premise in terms of no limitations to your configurator being able to do UD server methods or server-side BPMs, you know, those kind of more intensive things that you can do. You get an on-premise installation, except you don't have the big ugly server to keep you warm at night.
It's basically your own server, just located in a different subnet. And you can connect to that server over VPN or RDP. There's a number of different ways that we allow access. REST APIs, but there's it's basically your box. You own the hard drive of that app server, and so you can do whatever you want. And becomes somewhat of a challenge to guarantee uptime when I give you guys the ability to, I don't know, recycle IIS application pulls, for example. You know, things like that. While we monitor them and we can see them happening in our Echo hosting environment, users that you define are local administrators of the box. So you have all full customization control.
I would say with our existing customer base, we got folks who have configurator fully implemented, complex BPMs and embedded customizations, all the SSRS that you want, crystal reports, you know, all those things that have been trip ups in the past on the SaaS front we have managing here, and they're all, as the customer has as much control of those as they want, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. All right. So we've got, does anyone use global scheduling? If so, how?
Oh boy. Well, let's see. Joe, you want to talk about your adventures with global finite scheduling?
Yeah, we've had a few adventures there. The global scheduling, and I'm no expert, but I've had to use it some. The global scheduling will let you, how to say this, it can help you squeeze the holes out that you might have in a kind of a complex situation.
Narrows the gap.
Pardon?
It narrows the gaps.
Right. And you can probably talk to it better than I can, but I've had basically.
Oh, I don't know about that.
I mean, originally it was just called global finite scheduling because it was just it was for finite environments. But I've seen it used now in infinite environments for stuff like, there's that flag on the company where you say, reschedule started operations, right? If that's not checked, Epicor won't reschedule that operation once you've put labor details against it. But if you do, it'll reschedule that. And that's really good for folks who don't want to schedule into the past. I've seen customers where we'll run global scheduling at night just to pull up all the old labor or all the old planned capacity or load into the current period. So they always have a very up-to-date idea of how bad the current state is. Because you know, in scheduling systems, sometimes that old work can kind of hide in the past. Even if you're not intending to schedule in the past, if you don't reschedule, it doesn't do it on its own. So global is kind of a nice way of grabbing that stuff and pulling it forward. And then, yeah, to Joe's point, in finite environments, it's really cool because it can prioritize and then plug everything neatly in there. I think everybody's kind of disappointed with the factors you can use to prioritize, but that would be an interesting area to write an algorithm or something to allow for more prioritize. You know, when you do edit global scheduling order, so that because it's like a 3-step, right? You calculate, you edit, and then you do your final push. But if you had something to help that edit process to make that a little cleaner, that'd be clever. Need someone smarter than me to do it, but.
All right. Any recommendations on when to use REST in lieu of other options?
When you're tired.
Ching. Nice.
Mute that man, please. Mute him.
I was wondering when he was going to throw a dad joke in there.
I need a good strip of duct tape.
There you go. So when to use REST? So REST is one of the latest protocols. It's certainly better than the older versions of ODBC drivers and things like that. REST APIs are great against an Epicor server because they allow to, first off, it honors Epicor security. So it's not like you're reading or writing directly to the database. You have to log in as an Epicor user. And what you can do via the REST APIs is based on the permissions that you've assigned to the Epicor user. So you're not bypassing security, going right to that SQL database like a lot of the other programming or older programming languages used. So you'll use REST typically when you're writing custom software, so that you would like to create a web page that has a dynamic dashboard that reads Epicor data and presents it in pink. I don't know, refreshes every hour, whatever. Not that you can't accomplish those dashboards and other methodologies, but the REST API is a really easy way. I use PowerShell frequently in conjunction with REST APIs, so I can write dashboards and query tools and even update tools regularly. So REST is a programming interface. When you would use it is when you're programming. How's that?
But from an application standpoint, I had I would say, most of the cases are when you're connecting to an outside program. But I do have one customer that they created their own kind of .NET library that gets referenced from Epicor. So you have a BPM or a customization goes out and references an external DLL set of libraries. And inside of those libraries, they liked and wanted to use REST. We found some limitations in some of the versions, like row limitations, and even some, I believe that REST is on the Epicor side using these update ext methods in Epicor. So each business object in Epicor has X number of methods. I think purchase order entry has like 300, but one of them is update ext, which I believe is also what DMT uses. And it's kind of like a bulk load method. So it lends itself well to like bulk loading programs like REST or like DMT, but it doesn't go through all the checks and balances and all the pre-calculations. So if you have something where you need to, like REST kind of pushes the responsibility on you to really have your data set up properly. So, whereas in Epicor, you can enter 3 fields and create a row, REST might require that you set 7 fields. And you might have to go through the calculations to set those fields because all these little intervening internal methods that run when you're working through the normal business object might not get invoked to do that for you. So I guess that would be in my mind one of the considerations. Are you smart enough to reverse engineer all that other stuff? If so, then yeah, that might be an option.
Well, so that's why they make the test database application. And also, if you're using REST to do read-only calls, which I do a lot in my monitoring. So as part of monitoring our Epicor servers, I use REST APIs to see how many tasks are waiting in the queue. Is there a task that's older than X that's not being serviced waiting in the queue? You know, how many users are logged in at a given time? So I can create bouncing ball charts following all of those things without having to worry about how to do that inside the Epicor application.
Yeah, one limitation we run into with REST in moving large amounts of data, there's currently a support ticket open, they work, but when you move large amounts of data with REST, and some technical geek speak I understand, but it's like the first several transactions are fine, but then they keep accumulating without flushing, but the more data you move, the more it slows down. It can take a very long time. Because for some clients, we've used REST to copy their database out to our data warehouse, and it gets very, very slow. So we actually have a ticket up with Epicor, and they're aware of that. But once we have all the data out and we go net changes, it flies. But it just seems like there's a certain, and there's some out in the user forums too, if you go out and search that. There are some issues with that and conversations around, you know, when you'll run into that and how to avoid it.
Hope that puts the subject to rest.
Boy, and you were going to mute me.
Why are he and Brad next to each other?
All right, next question. Someone said, you mentioned field service. Tell us about that.
Well, I could talk about field service all day long.
Well,
if you don't mind, Brad, I'll take this one.
Go for it. We got time.
The field service module within Epicor, FSM, is a core module that does a great job. You can tie in, you can start in case, and from case you can create a quote, create a RMA, create a service call, and then from the service call you can create a service job. So basically, all your labor, all your materials, expenses you're putting to that service job, they roll back into the service call. Different than manufacturing jobs, in that a service call is assuming everything's consumed. So there's not really, you're still issuing material to it, but you don't have to close it. When you close a service call, it closes the service job. So what it allows you to do is basically create a service call, assign a technician to it, and then work those service calls just like a job. That's the internal FSM, field service management module. The additional module now that Epicor has, it used to have FSA, which was white label, Hitachi's white label field service module, but that didn't go over very well. So now they've partnered with a company called MSI, who is a third-party service software provider, and they've created a product called Epicor Service Pro. So what Service Pro does is builds on Epicor's field service module and expands it to outside. The FSM by itself really doesn't give you any outside input, but with the Service Pro module, it's now service call interacts with a web console where your dispatcher can work, and there's full scheduling. It's a really nifty tool. But they can then assign that work to technicians. Technicians on their mobile device then can see their calls. They get an email, it pops up on their mobile device. They see everything about the call, the customer, where it's located, when they're expected there, all their the estimates of travel time, etc. And from their mobile device, then when they're on a service call, they can say, I started travel, I ended travel, I started work, I ended work. They pick from there what inventory. The inventory from Epicor can be synced out to their mobile device. They say, I used part XYZ, part ABC, how many of them? So right from their mobile device, either offline or online, they're actually recording their time, their expenses, materials they used, and this is all writing back to the Service Pro console. So as they're actually working, it's all writing back and syncing back to Epicor. So now you've got like real-time service call tracking, and costs are coming back, pricing is coming back. In addition, from the mobile device, they can capture signatures, they can take photos, they can do voice to text instead of typing. They can just use their phone's, microphone capability, and it does voice to text. So it greatly expands the field service capabilities of Epicor to these guys out in the field now. They're no longer mailing in sheets of paper with what they did. And I said this all rolls back then to the service call, builds up the line pricing, and then can be invoiced. That can be set to auto invoice. So as soon as the service call is finished, the invoice will get created in the service group. So really, really good product. Excuse me, field service does seem to be growing. There's a lot more interest in it lately from the Epicor customer base. So I hope that answered your question. Is there any more to that? But if anyone wants to reach out to me to us, we have a lot of experience with field service. So.
Awesome, thanks. Well, that's sort of good timing. I haven't had any other questions come in. If there's another quick question somebody has, we have a little bit of time left. Otherwise, thank you so much for being here and giving us, I know that this was a long day, so we appreciate you guys giving us some of your time today. And hopefully we provided some value to how you guys use your Epicor system. And yeah, reach out to us. I think that we're going to hang around for a few minutes. If anyone, again, wants to send any questions in, etc., I'll be around for the next couple of minutes. Thanks again.